To Heaven with Love. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1, 1894. Lady Dorianna Dale looked down at the exquisite white silk nightgown trimmed with delicate lace that she held in her hands. She had already folded 5 others of similar beauty and laid them in a large leather trunk, but she had to stop for a moment and hold this one up to her cheek. It felt so heavenly, so soft and fine. "I am so lucky," mused Dorianna. "I have so many beautiful things. I should be the happiest girl in the world." Before she had time to ask herself why she was not feeling in any way happy, and why, in fact, her heart was heavy with dread and apprehension, there came a knock at her bedroom door. "Come in," she called out. It was Marjorie, her mamma's elderly maid. Tall and thin, with straight greying hair under her white cap, the old woman peered round the door. "Her ladyship sent me to inquire if you wished for some assistance," said Marjorie, looking at the pile of linen underclothes that lay on the bed, waiting to be packed into the long row of trunks and boxes lined up on the floor. Marjorie had been a part of the family for as long as Dorianna could remember. By all rights, as a young lady of just 18 years, Dorianna should have her own maid to look after her, but there had been no money to spare since her papa had died, and somehow the arrangements had never been made, and she was still sharing the faithful Marjorie with her mamma. "How kind of you, Marjorie. But look, I am almost finished. There's only this last trunk to pack." Marjorie was kept exceedingly busy looking after Dorianna's mamma, and had very little time to spare, so when Dorianna was still a young girl, she had taken care to teach her the skilful art of packing her own trunk, folding all the garments so that when they were unpacked, they emerged looking pristine and fresh without any wrinkles or creases. Marjorie now hobbled over to Dorianna and took the nightgown in her work-worn hands that were swollen and twisted with arthritis. "This French lace is the best in the world," she said. "It's made by nuns, locked up in a convent. Many months it takes them, so they say. Look how pretty it is, my dear, with those tiny butterflies all over." She held up the nightgown and shook it out. Dorianna looked at the fine lace hanging gracefully around the sleeves and the collar. She had not noticed that there were tiny lace butterflies which twisted and fluttered through the intricate pattern. "They're lovely, aren't they?" But as she was looking at the fragile wings of the delicate insects, she could not help thinking they looked as if they were trapped. Dorianna shuddered. The fine threads of lace were like a cobweb tangled around the little insects, imprisoning them so they would never be free. Marjorie handed the nightgown back to her. Dorianna swiftly folded it up and laid it inside the trunk, trying not to look at the butterflies again. "Just think, my dear," Marjorie was saying, smiling at Dorianna. "The next time you see that nightgown, you will be a married lady." "Yes, indeed I shall." Dorianna closed the lid of the trunk quickly. She struggled to bring a smile to her face, although her heart felt heavy as she added, "It's wonderful, isn't it?" "Your dear mamma, her ladyship, is so very proud of you," replied Marjorie, her wrinkled cheeks flushing with excitement. "You've made such a good match." Suddenly, Dorianna felt faint and hot. She turned away from the old woman and looked out of the window. Marjorie chuckled. "Oh, bless you, my lady. I can tell you're feeling bashful at the thought of it, and quite right, too. Thank you for coming to see me, Marjorie, but I can manage perfectly well with the packing, and I am sure Mamma will be needing you to help her dress for dinner." Marjorie sighed. Yes, indeed. I just don't know where the hours go these days. But you, my lady, you have your life before you, and all the time in the world to enjoy it." Marjorie made her way to the door. Dorianna waited impatiently for her to be gone. She felt as if she could not breathe, as if suddenly there was no air at all in her bedroom. Outside her window, the spring sunshine was now lighting up the new green leaves on the trees in the garden. But Dorianna felt shut away from all the beauty and brightness. A strange, heavy feeling was seeping through her body, making her feel uncomfortable and afraid. The beautiful nightgown had felt so pure and light against her face. Any young girl would be proud to wear it on her honeymoon. But Dorianna would be with her new husband, Lord Buxton, when she wore the nightgown, and the thought of being close to him did not make her feel pure and light. When Lord Buxton held her hand in his hot, sticky clasp, as he had done the night before, her skin prickled with revulsion. But why? She asked herself. Why am I being so stupid? Just why do I feel like this, when everyone says I am doing the right thing? Somehow she pushed the horrible feeling away to the very back of her mind. She looked out of her window again, where white clouds piled up like cotton wool in the clear blue sky, and little birds were flitting in and out of the treetops. The garden at the back of the house sloped down to a winding stream. It was so wild and beautiful with trees, shrubs and ferns growing over shady pathways and lawns. Dorianna knew what she must do. One by one she pulled the pins out of her long fair hair so that it tumbled down round her shoulders, and then she took off her shoes and stockings. No one was about, as her mamma and step-papa were resting before dinner, and the servants were busy preparing food and laying the table. So nobody saw her as she ran, barefoot and silently, down the back stairs. She tiptoed through the boot room and let herself out by a side door into the back garden. The soft, warm May wind ruffled through her hair, and at once she began to feel better. This wild back garden had always been her papa's favourite place, and often, when she was a little girl, he had brought her here. Now the garden was very overgrown. The grass was uncut, and the branches of trees and shrubs hung over the paths. But Dorianna did not mind that her feet were wet as she walked through the lush grass, or that the rough leaves brushed against her face. There was no money to pay for a gardener to take care of these hidden places. Dorianna's step-papa insisted that the front garden, with its clipped hedges and tidy rose bushes, should always look perfect, so that any visitors would be impressed by the view of Ashburton Hall, but he did not care about the back garden, which no one except Dorianna ever visited. Soon she found herself on the mossy path leading down to the stream. Peeping through the ferns were the small statues of woodland creatures that she had loved so much as a child. There was a little stone rabbit crouching low to the ground, and a squirrel sitting up with a nut in its paws. There were other statues, too, amongst the trees. At the top of a slope under a tall beech tree, a stone man with two little horns pushing out of his curly hair was sitting on a rock. "That's Pan, my darling," her papa had explained. "Look, he's playing his pipes." "Why is he sitting all on his own in the woods?" Dorianna had asked, being just at that age when she asked questions all of the time. "Pan is the god of all wild things," he had told her. "He would never be happy inside. He lives here and plays his wild music to the animals and plants." Dorianna now remembered her papa's words as she looked up at Pan's face. His lips were curved into a smile, but his expression was somehow sad and happy at the same time. "Just like I am today," she thought. "I don't know how to feel. I'm unhappy when I think about what's going to happen to me, but I can't help feeling joyful as well, as I always do when I come to this wonderful garden." She ran further down the mossy path to where the trees thinned out around a circular lawn. The grass was very long now, and grew up almost to the knees of the marble lady in the centre of the lawn. She was standing there with her back to Dorianna, her face turned to one side, looking down into the grass. "Hello, Aphrodite," whispered Dorianna. The statue wore no clothes, but she modestly held her arms in front of her body. Her white marble flesh was stained green from many years of standing outside in the rain, but Dorianna thought that her long curved limbs and elegant neck were very beautiful. Dorianna's papa had informed her that Aphrodite was the real goddess of love, and that the ancient Greeks had all worshipped her. "I am now going to be married," she murmured, and reached out to touch the goddess's dimpled elbow. The marble felt cold and smooth under her fingers. "Please, do help me. You are the goddess of love. How can I make myself feel love for my husband?" Dorianna could not even bring herself to say Lord Buxton's name out loud. It felt wrong even to think of him in this lovely, unspoiled place. Aphrodite had no answer for Dorianna. She just looked down with a shy, secret smile on her marble lips. Further on through the trees, Dorianna could hear birds singing and the tinkling of a stream as it raced over the stones. She could not wait any longer, and so, gathering up her skirts, she ran down to the banks of the stream, to a place where the running water had formed a tiny beach. The water felt deliciously cool as it lapped around her toes, and she stepped carefully, balancing on the slippery stones until she was up to her knees in the stream. The sun shone through the leaves, making dappled patterns of light on the water. "I'm completely happy now," she thought. "All the bad, heavy feeling has gone. I am myself again, here in this divine place." There was a movement on the opposite side of the bank, and Dorianna looked up to see a slim, spotted deer leaning down to drink. "Oh!" she cried before she could stop herself. She expected that the shy creature would run away, but the deer looked up at her with large, gentle brown eyes and went on drinking. Then, after a few moments, it slipped away without a sound and disappeared into the woods. Dorianna felt tears come into her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you so much for coming to see me." She felt as if the little deer had seen right into her heart and had recognized her and understood that she was a friend. That's what it must be like to feel real love, she reflected, and a new wave of happiness ran through her. Then the dappled light faded as a cloud passed over the sun, and she realized that her feet were icy cold from the stream and that it must be almost time for dinner. She ran back up the path, all her troubles forgotten, thinking with delight that she was the only person ever to have seen a deer in the wild garden. Even her darling papa had not had that glorious experience. It was a struggle to get ready for dinner. Dorianna's long hair was tangled and full of leaves and twigs, and she struggled to pull the comb through it. Her thoughts too were in a tangle, for now that she was back inside Ashburton Hall, it was impossible to forget what was going to happen over the next few days. Tomorrow, Dorianna and her mamma and steppapa, together with all the trunks and boxes full of fine clothes, shoes and hats, would be making the long journey to Lord Buxton's ancestral home in Kent, Rouston Hall. And then, within 2 or 3 days, a wedding would be solemnized in the private chapel at Rouston, and she would become Lady Buxton. She would have every luxury she could ever wish for, the most beautiful silks and velvets to wear, the finest, rarest, and most luxurious foods to eat. She would have well-bred horses to ride, for Lord Buxton was known to have some of the best thoroughbreds in England in his stables. And most important of all, Dorianna would know that her beloved home, Ashburton Hall, was safe, and that her dear mamma would never have to worry about financial problems ever again. Dorianna's steppapa had told her all of this over and over again since the day he had introduced her to Lord Buxton. He reminded her all the time that she was making the most advantageous match possible. But how could Dorianna possibly marry a man like Lord Buxton? Whenever she thought of him, her stomach turned over and her skin crawled. She put down the comb and buried her face in her hands, trying to control her feelings of despair. The image of Lord Buxton did not leave her mind. She could not forget the way his loud voice grated on her ears, and how her skin prickled when she saw his shiny red face and watery little blue eyes, and his behaviour. He was indeed a young man, yes, but a young man who behaved as if he was as old as her step-papa. And then Dorianna thought of the neglected garden. In another few years, her beloved statues, even her papa's old favourite, the beautiful Aphrodite, would be lost forever under the roots and branches of encroaching trees and smothered by brambles, unless money could be found. And that was not the worst that could happen. What if she and her mamma had to leave Ashburton Hall forever? If step-papa continued to lose money at the races and at the gaming tables, Ashburton Hall would have to be sold, and sold very soon. How would her dear, gentle mamma cope with living in a small house, or perhaps in rented rooms somewhere? However, would she manage without Marjorie and all the other servants to care for her? Dorianna bit her lip, fighting to keep from crying. I must remember, she told herself, what mamma did for me. I have to remember why she married my step-papa. Mr Shawcroft was so rich when she first met him. If he had not been a gambler, all would have been well. As these painful thoughts passed through her mind, her image floated in the mirror in front of her, a pale heart-shaped face framed in a cloud of golden hair. She closed her eyes tight, blocking out the sight of herself, as she let her memory go back to the terrible day, Boxing Day, 2 years ago, when she had seen her papa for the last time. Dorianna stood with mamma on the steps outside the entrance to Ashburton Hall, watching the throng of horses and riders trampling over the gravel and the lawn. Stay close by me, sweetheart, mamma had advised. Those dreadful hounds will leap up on you and put mud all over your pretty dress. Dorianna longed to run down to help Marjorie and the servants serve sherry and mulled wine to the assembled riders of the hunt, but she knew that her mother was right. The hounds running around under the horses' feet were not tame, well-trained pets like Toby and Maria, her mother's King Charles spaniels. They were boisterous and fierce. She was wearing the loveliest dress she had ever possessed. Papa had bought it for her on a trip to Paris. It gave her the very latest, most fashionable hourglass silhouette, and it was made of the softest, pale rose-coloured velvet with a delicate pale green pattern of vine leaves and grapes. Papa was making his way over now, his top-hatted head bouncing up and down over the crowds of riders as his fiery young horse bucked and pranced. "Trojan, stand, sir!" shouted Lord Dale, grinning with delight at the antics of his spirited black mount. "My dear, are you sure that Trojan is quite ready to carry you to hounds?" asked mamma. "He's a fine young horse," he laughed. "I love his spirit. He'll not hang back today." Dorianna's papa was an excellent horseman, lean, strong, and supple. He was known all over the county of Hertfordshire for his skill at jumping difficult fences when other riders were scurrying away looking for a gate. Now the hunt was moving off down the drive, the horses' hooves clattering over the gravel, with the hounds baying and barking. Lord Dale leaned down from the saddle to touch Dorianna's cheek. "You look so grown up, my angel," he said. "Quite the sophisticated lady. I almost wish I had brought you a little white muslin dress from Paris, so I could believe you were still my own little girl." Papa, I have told you many times how much I love this dress, and you know that even though I am no longer a little girl, I will always be your loving daughter, however fashionable I might look." Her papa made a wry face, but his eyes sparkled. "A suitably sophisticated reply. The young bucks who will be courting you next summer must look out for themselves." Then he laughed and gave Dorianna an approving look as Trojan carried him away after the departing riders. Later, that afternoon, as the red sun dipped down in the sky, the huntsman brought him back to Ashburton Hall, laid out on a stretcher, a red coat covering his face. Trojan had leapt boldly over a treacherous stone wall with a steep drop on the other side, and he had caught his front foot on the top of the wall and somersaulted over it, crashing to the ground. Lord Dale had no chance to save himself, and was crushed under the horse and killed instantly. The scene was so vivid in Dorianna's mind that her face was wet with tears as she recalled that terrible day. Then a sharp knock on her bedroom door brought her back to the present. It was Marjorie again, peering round the door in her white cap. "Come along, my dear," she urged. "5 minutes to dinner, and your hair is not even done." "I do know, Marjorie," answered Dorianna, quickly wiping her eyes. "But look, I am all dressed. I just need you to hook me up." She painstakingly did up the back of the blue gown, her old fingers fumbling with the tiny hooks. "You'll have your own lady's maid to do all this for you in just a few days' time," mumbled Marjorie. "I'd rather not, you know," she replied, before she could stop herself. "I'd be much happier to stay here and share you with Mamma, as I have always done." "Oh, what silly talk!" exclaimed Marjorie, fastening up the last hook and reaching for the hairbrush. "You're a grown woman, and it's time you had a lovely home of your own, and a family too." Dorianna covered her mouth with her hand. The thought of a brood of red-faced, shouting little children, all looking like Lord Buxton, made her feel ill. But Marjorie had not noticed anything. "And who'd have ever thought that you'd keep the lovely fair hair you had as a little child?" she said, holding up one long strand to the light from the window. "Most girls' hair turns into yellow or brown before they're halfway grown, but you've kept all your angel's hair, as your dear papa loved to call it. Oh, goodness, it's so fair it's almost white." Dorianna shook herself. She must stop being silly and forget the past which, just like her dear papa, was gone forever. "You are very sweet, Marjorie, but of course my hair is just like Mamma's before she went grey." Marjorie smiled, her face wrinkling deeply. "No, dear, I well remember your Mamma's hair. She was very fair, but you are fairer. You are going to be the loveliest bride that's been seen for a long time." She carefully pinned up Dorianna's long curls into an elegant knot at the back of her head, and then it was time to go down to dinner. Dorianna swept down the great staircase, her silk skirts rustling around her, as she had done so many times. She might come back sometime to Ashburton Hall and walk down this beautiful curving stairway again, but it would never be the same. I will be Lady Buxton, rich, beautiful, and one of the foremost figures in society, and the unhappiest woman in England, thought Dorianna, as she made her way to the dining room. Chapter 2. Dorianna's mamma was already in the dining room, sitting alone at one end of the long polished dining table. Her pretty grey hair was arranged in soft curls over her forehead, and she wore an elegant lavender gown. "Is that you, Neville?" she called loudly, her voice sounding nervous as she raised her pince-nez to her face. "No, Mamma, it's me," responded Dorianna, patting the 2 King Charles spaniels who rushed over to greet her, their tails wagging. Her step-papa, Neville Shawcroft, was nowhere to be seen. "Oh dear," Mamma sighed, lowering the pince-nez. "I have had such a difficult day. There has been another incident in the kitchen." "What happened?" asked Dorianna, sitting next to her mother and squeezing her hand reassuringly. "Is it cook again?" Mrs. Bertram, the stout cook, who ruled the kitchen with a rod of iron, had a quick temper, and had been known to throw down her ladle and run out of the house if things did not go smoothly with the preparation of dinner. "No, cook is still with us, but she spilled some hot béarnaise sauce on the sleeve of McFadden's coat." McFadden was the butler at Ashburton Hall. He was quite a young man for such an important position, and had only been at the Hall a few weeks. It was the first time he had held the post of butler. "I offered to have the coat laundered or replaced if it could not be cleaned, but he was most upset. He has now packed his bags and left." "But that is so silly of him, Mamma. He wanted so much to come here and work for us." Mamma dropped her voice to a whisper. "Yes, It was an excellent opportunity for a young man like McFadden, but you see, my dear, we have been in such difficulties. Oh, Mamma, he might have had to wait a little to be paid, and of course we would have given him his money as soon as we had it. And once I am married—" Dorianna felt a chill run through her as she spoke the words. It was true that as soon as she became the wife of Lord Buxton, there would be no more financial problems at Ashburton Hall, but she still could not help wishing that she could forget all about it. I tried to tell him so, but he shrugged his shoulders and turned away. I don't know what your step-papa will say, my dear. Dorianna sighed. Several staff had given in their notice over the last few months. They were quick to see the signs of economy in the household, the budgets imposed by Mamma for buying food and other necessities. The dining-room door flew open and banged shut as Neville Shawcroft stalked in, his pointed nose buried in the racing pages of a newspaper. Toby and Maria fled to the safety of the dark space under the sideboard. Mr. Shawcroft waved the paper at them, and then slumped down into his chair. "And how are my girls, eh?" he inquired, spreading the paper out on the table. "How's the lovely bride-to-be? Happy, I hope, at the thought of our journey tomorrow?" Dorianna did her best to force her face into a smile, and was about to answer him, but he was not looking at her, as he was concentrating on the racing results. "We are well, my dearest," replied Mamma. "But how are you, Neville? Where have you been today?" "Out," he answered, glaring up from the paper for a second and giving her a lopsided smile. "Things to do, my love, things to do." Mamma did not ask any more questions. She picked up the silver bell on the table and rang it. They waited for a few moments, but no one came. Dorianna looked at her step-papa. He had not yet noticed that there was no food on the table. He was far too busy scrutinizing the newspaper. It was strange, she thought, but he did have a look of her papa sometimes. They both had straight brown hair and long faces, and both men were slight and tall, but the likeness ended there. Papa always used to sit very straight at table. He moved lithely as he was walking, and his face was tanned a healthy brown from all the time he spent out of doors. Mr. Shawcroft never sat straight on his chair, and his face was pale, as if he spent most of his time indoors. Dorianna looked at her step-papa, hunched over the newspaper with his elbows propped up on the table, and his limp brown hair flopping over his forehead. She remembered how smart and well-groomed he had been on the day of his first visit to Ashburton Hall, the first time she had ever seen him. It was in the spring, not long after Papa had died. Dorianna shivered as she recalled those dark days. How gloomy the house had been with the curtains closed and the blinds pulled down. Dorianna and her mother, dressed in black, lived in a sad, candle-lit world where only slender rays of daylight reached them, shining through chinks and cracks in the rich fabric of the window coverings. She remembered how, a few days after her papa's funeral, the family lawyer had come to visit them and had spread out many legal documents over the library table. "You should be very comfortable," he pronounced, wrinkling his forehead over a list of numbers. "Ashburton Hall will fetch a good price, and if you rent a modest set of rooms somewhere, well, Bath is always nice, I have thought there will be plenty of income from that capital sum. You won't go hungry." "I shall never be comfortable anywhere but here," Mamma had cried. "This is my home." The lawyer shook his head. "Things are not what they were, my lady. The cost of running an estate like this is very high, and the rents and income from the farms simply do not cover it. If your late husband—" the lawyer coughed and wiped his face, looking embarrassed, before he continued. "If Lord Dale, may he rest in peace, had been more successful with his speculative investments, it might have been different. But alas, he made some foolish choices." But Mamma did not want to hear any more. The lawyer tried to explain to her about the railway in Africa that had been swamped by the mud and the thick vegetation of the jungle, and the spice plantation in the East Indies that had been engulfed by a volcanic eruption. But Lady Dale could only weep, transfixed with horror at the thought of leaving Ashburton Hall. There will have to be some stringent economies, if you are determined to stay, concluded the lawyer, rolling up his papers and preparing to leave. We will do anything if it means we can keep our home, Dorianna had insisted. And so servants had been laid off, and Dorianna and her mamma had tried so hard to spend no money. But mamma hated the cold, and always liked to have a fire in every room, and she could not understand why they should only light one candle on the table for dinner, when 12 looked so much brighter and prettier. And neither Dorianna nor her mother were fond of cabbage, swedes, and potatoes, which were all the kitchen garden had to offer in the early months of spring. By Easter time, when daffodils were out in the park, and April showers were battering the windows, the curtains were still drawn, and there was almost no money left at all. Everything is now in such a state, sighed mamma, as she ran her fingers over the mantelpiece in the drawing-room. I can't touch anything without getting dust all over myself. And look, it shows up so badly on my clothes. She brushed marks off her black morning dress. It's because we can't afford parlour-maids any more, Dorianna agreed. Why on earth doesn't Marjorie dust in here? Her mother asked. Can't she see it needs doing? Marjorie is too busy looking after you, mamma. She's very old now, and she's supposed to have a rest this afternoon, but I know she is mending your stockings while she puts her feet up. Mamma sighed again. My little shepherdess has got a dirty face, look, she exclaimed, picking up a little china figure. Mamma, I will fetch a bowl of soapy water, and then we can wash the shepherdess and all the little china people. Wouldn't you enjoy that? Mamma was not too pleased with the idea at first, but once she started, she began to remember the history of each piece of china, and she was soon happily telling Dorianna how long each china dog or horse had been in the family, going back through the generations. Oh, my goodness me, she cried out suddenly, as Toby and Maria sprang up and began yapping loudly. Be quiet now, I almost dropped this little china lamb. Outside, at the front of the hall, the loud crunch of carriage wheels over the gravel could be heard, and a horse neighed loudly. Visitors! Quickly, Dorianna! We must now clear this mess out of the way! Dorianna hastily rearranged the figurines along the mantelpiece and picked up the bowl of dirty water, ready to carry it down to the kitchen. But she was too late. The drawing-room door was open already, and their visitor was heading towards them. He was a tall and lean man in a smart grey coat that looked brand new. His brown hair was neatly cut, and his moustache was most elegant, the two ends of it waxed into perfect points. His eyes twinkled behind gold-rimmed glasses as he looked at mamma. Lady Dale, your most humble servant, he began, and bowed deeply with a flourish of his arm. Mamma looked flustered. It was a long time since she had received visitors at Ashburton Hall. She glanced at the closed curtains. I am afraid we are not being very hospitable. You see, we are still in mourning. The visitor did not seem to notice her distress. Neville Shawcroft, he introduced himself. My dear friend Richard spoke of you both to me so many times. He reached down to pat Toby, who was sniffing his shoes, but he backed away and hid underneath one of the chairs. Dorianna wondered where her papa could have met this man. He did not look like any of his usual friends, who spent their time outdoors with their horses and dogs. Mr Shawcroft was bowing over her mother's hand. Dorianna decided not to worry about the bowl any more, and put it down behind one of the armchairs. Would you care for some tea, Mr Shawcroft? She asked politely. Mamma now looked uncomfortable. Shh, my dear, she mumbled under her breath. Who will bring it? I cannot have the garden boy bringing up the tray when we have a guest. I will ask cook to lay the tray, and then I will bring it up myself, suggested Dorianna quickly. The gentleman in the grey coat turned towards her. I am sorry. You must be Richard's daughter. Yes, I am, and I was just saying that, as we were about to have our tea, we would be delighted if you would join us. But please, excuse me for just a moment while I make the arrangements. We are very short of staff today. Mr Shawcroft's green eyes stared at her intently. He had a long, pointed nose like a fox, thought Dorianna, and his forehead was wrinkled as if he spent a lot of time frowning. But suddenly he was smiling, one side of his mouth lifting up to reveal his slightly crooked teeth. "Charming, charming," he said. "What a delightful young hostess your daughter is, Lady Dale. I do anticipate that our tea will be delicious." "Of course," responded Dorianna, hoping that Mrs. Bertram had been baking that day. Her mamma was looking sadly at Mr. Shawcroft. "I am glad you have come to visit us," she sighed. "Please, won't you have a seat? I am so longing to hear you speak about my dearest Richard." He sidled over to one of the armchairs beside the fire and sat down, leaning forward towards mamma. "A man beyond compare, my lady. You must miss him terribly." Dorianna slipped out of the room. She was glad her mamma had someone else to talk to, even if it was this rather odd gentleman. Mrs. Bertram was sitting in a high-backed chair in the kitchen, dozing in the short interval between clearing up after luncheon and the preparations for dinner. "I do know what you'll be after," she called gruffly, opening one eye as she heard Dorianna enter. "Tea, that'll be it. I heard the carriage at the door, and I knew you'd be bothering me before long. There's no cucumber to be had, I tell you that straight up." Dorianna smiled. In spite of Cook's abrupt manner, she was very fond of her, and had many happy memories of standing on a high stool at the table, learning to make gingerbread men. "Don't worry, Mrs. B. We do have a visitor today, but he is just one gentleman, and I would not suppose he will miss cucumber sandwiches with his tea. If we could give him something else nice." Mrs. Bertram snorted. "Well, I suppose I've made a new batch of scones for you and your mother. I just took them out of the oven before I sat down." Dorianna grinned and told her to stay in her chair. "I'll do everything. It will be just like the old days when you used to let me play in the kitchen." Mrs. Bertram snorted again to show her disapproval, though secretly she admired Dorianna's practical skills and the plucky way she was coping with their reduced circumstances. "That it should come to this," she sighed. "Mind you don't burn yourself, my lady." The heavy iron kettle was on a hob by the fire, and Dorianna was careful to use a thick towel to lift it as she poured boiling water over the tea into the delicate teapot. She laid a clean white cloth on the wooden tray before carefully arranging cups and saucers of delicate flowered-patterned bone china onto it. Then she placed the plates, silver knives and teaspoons, milk, sugar, and a silver tea strainer in the space left, taking care to balance out the pretty china to make it easier to carry. "Anyone would think you'd been a kitchen maid all your life. Shameful, that's what it is," exclaimed Mrs. Bertram. Still clucking under her breath, the cantankerous old cook pulled herself out of her armchair to find jam and cream to go with the scones. "There's still cream from the farm, thank heavens, but things cannot go on like this, or there'll be no servants left at all, and you can't run a big house like this without staff. I am sure that all will be well. Mamma and I will do everything we can to keep the house going. There's more to keeping a big house together than fussing with tea trays, my lady. The sooner that you find yourself a nice young husband to look after you, the better." Dorianna ignored this remark, and instead watched her laying out the freshly baked scones onto a plate. All cooks, because of their important position in the household, held the honorary title of Mrs., but as Dorianna gazed at the familiar back of the cook, whose bark was so much worse than her bite, she found herself wondering whether there had ever been a Mr. Bertram. She plucked up her courage and asked the question she had never dared to voice before. "Were you ever married, Mrs. B?" "Why ever would I want to do that? Saddle myself with a man, when I can perfectly well make my own way in the world. No, thank you. Not that I haven't had any offers." She laid the scones on the tray and paused, her little blue eyes misty with memory. "There was a boy who might have done me. A sailor, he was, in the merchant navy. But it wasn't to be." "Did you love him, Mrs. B?" "I did, and he loved me too. But the timing of it all was wrong. I went away to take up a post in service, and he thought I didn't care for him, and when I came home again, he was married to another." "Oh, Mrs. B, that's terrible." Dorianna felt her eyes filling with tears. Fair broke my heart, it did, when I heard the news. He took her to sea with him on his ship, and I had always dreamed of that, to travel the world and see all those far-off places. But what will be, will be. I've had a good life, and I'm glad I never settled for anything less than the man I loved, for I've had plenty come chasing after me. I am sure you have. You must be one of the best cooks in the county. Mrs. Bertram chuckled. Yes, and plenty would have taken me for that alone. But that's not love. Love is when the other one wants you for yourself, not just for your money or position in the world, or even how light your pastry is. You remember that now, and when you find someone who really cares for you, you stick by him, to the end. Dorianna felt a shiver pass through her body as she imagined how it might feel to have someone who cared for her, and her alone. I will, Mrs. B., she said, as she picked up the heavy tea tray, balancing it carefully as cook opened the door. It was a long way to the drawing-room, and her arms ached from carrying the tray, but Dorianna felt happy. For so long as Mamma and she could be together and stay on at Ashburton Hall, she did not mind how many tea trays she was asked to carry. As she entered the drawing-room, Dorianna blinked with shock. The curtains had all been pulled back, and the room was full of glorious spring sunshine. "Oh!" she cried, catching her breath. "Papa!" For one wonderful moment, she thought her father was there, sitting on the sofa and bending his head close to Mamma's pretty curls. But as she looked again, she realized that it was Mr. Shawcroft. He was holding her Mamma's hand and stroking it. "Our grief must have its time," he was saying, "but we must not forget that life goes on." Mamma dabbed at her eyes with her handkerchief. "You are so wise," she replied, her voice trembling a little. "Yes," added Mr. Shawcroft, as she handed him his teacup. "We must take our happiness wherever we find it, as I heard my dear friend Richard say so many a time." "Oh, but my dear sir, you bring this memory back to me so vividly," sighed Mamma. "Please do come again and visit us whenever you can." As Dorianna sat by the fire to eat a scone, she could not help but be glad to see her Mamma smiling. It was strange, though, that Toby and Maria did not seem to take to Mr. Shawcroft. Usually they never left Mamma's side, but now they had deserted their mistress and were snuggled up next to Dorianna's feet. From that day on, Mr. Shawcroft became a regular visitor at the Hall. Each time he came, he brought flowers and chocolates, and always seemed to be dressed in a brand-new outfit. "It is so pleasant to have a man at Ashburton Hall again," commented Mamma one day. "And Mr. Shawcroft is so generous. I wish I could repay his kindness, for I feel our hospitality is sadly lacking." "He is not obliged to visit us," remarked Dorianna, "so he must be happy to do so, and he seems to be a man of means, as he is always well turned out." Mamma blushed. "You are too blunt, Dorianna. It is unbecoming in a young lady. I really don't think we should discuss such matters." And so no more was said. But Mr. Shawcroft continued to visit almost every day, and on one sunny afternoon in May, he walked through the big front doors of Ashburton Hall looking particularly dapper, his brown hair glistening with scented pomade, and his moustache points waxed to perfection. "Well, well, my little Mary Antoinette," he said, as Dorianna came downstairs to greet him. "I hope we shall have cake with our tea today." "I'll do my best. Is it a special day?" Mr. Shawcroft winked at her. "Oh, yes. Every day I spend in the company of you and your lovely mamma is a very special day." And he sped off up to the drawing-room, springing up the ornate curving staircase 2 steps at a time. Mrs. Bertram was sorting through a pile of wilting vegetables in the kitchen, and she looked very unhappy to see Dorianna. "I suppose you expect me to make a cup of tea from a bag of old potatoes," she moaned. "I may be the best cook in the county, but I'm not a magician, you know." "Whatever do you mean? Have we run out of tea?" Ask the grocer," cried Mrs. Bertram, frowning and brushing earth from her hands, "though I doubt even you will get any joy from him." Dorianna felt a chill of fear run through her. For the last few weeks there had been no money to pay the grocer's bills, but he had still been sending them deliveries of food and household items as usual. Surely he would not let them down now. Did he not send the usual basket in this morning? He did not, and nor will he, till your mamma pays what is owing to him, Mrs. Bertram said through clenched teeth, clearly unhappy at this new turn of events. "I don't think that will be at all possible," Dorianna replied, feeling her face grow hot with embarrassment. Mrs. Bertram shrugged her shoulders. "Well, we'll have to make do with putting hot water over the tea leaves from breakfast then." "But we can't. We have a visitor. Mr. Shawcroft is here." "I doubt that one will know the difference," griped Cook, as she tipped the soggy wet leaves from the bottom of the breakfast slop basin into the china teapot. Dorianna's heart was heavy as she climbed up to the drawing-room. Not only was there no cake, as Mr. Shawcroft had hoped, but he and her mamma must drink stewed stale tea made from used leaves. She was surprised as she entered the room to see that he was not there. Mamma was sitting by herself on the sofa with Toby and Maria curled up on her lap. "Mamma," began Dorianna, "I'm so sorry. It's an awful thing to say, but the tea—" "Dorianna," her mamma smiled at her, "come and sit by me." "But mamma, the grocer," stammered Dorianna. "He won't send us any more provisions." "It doesn't matter, my darling one," she responded, her eyes shining. "Please, put down that heavy tray. I have some wonderful news to tell you." Dorianna dutifully went to sit by mamma on the sofa, and she took her hand. "Where is Mr. Shawcroft?" she asked. "He has kindly left us alone, as he thought I should break the news to you myself. Such a sensitive and kind man." "What is it, mamma? What is going on?" "Mr. Shawcroft has just asked me to marry him, my darling." Marry him?" Dorianna started incredulously. "But, mamma, he's not—" She stumbled over her words. She felt shocked to the core that her mamma would even think of marrying a man who, though he claimed to have been a friend of her papa, was not the same kind of gentleman as him at all. "Mamma, he is not really— well, he's not one of us," she managed to mutter eventually. Mamma patted her hand. "I know, my darling, that he is not a man of our class, but he is a good man and a friend of your papa, and he is very wealthy." "Mamma, do you really want to marry him?" asked Dorianna, looking deep into her mother's gentle blue eyes. "There will never be anyone else like your papa for me, but I think I can be very happy with Mr. Shawcroft. And, my darling, we will be able to afford for you to go to London and be presented for the season." Dorianna could not help but feel excitement at the thought, but she still felt anxious for her mamma. "You mustn't do this just for me, mamma." "No, my darling, I shan't," she exclaimed, reaching to hug her daughter. "But just think, we shall never have to worry about that horrid old grocer ever again." If only that had been true, Dorianna thought, as she sat at the long dining table the evening before she was due to leave Ashburton Hall forever, watching her step-papa hunched over the racing results. If only Mr. Shawcroft had lived up to his promise, she would now not be about to leave her beloved home, nor losing any hoped-for chance of finding happiness and love in her life. Chapter 3. The servant's door to the dining-room swung open slowly, and Marjorie inched her way around it, balancing a large tray on her frail old arms. Dorianna felt almost faint as she looked at the big silver tureen that rested on top of the tray. She was feeling hungry, and at last they were going to have something to eat. Marjorie seemed to take forever to wend her way around the dining table, serving first Mamma, then her step-papa, and finally making her way to Dorianna herself. The old maid was not used to serving at table, and her hands shook as she ladled a small helping of thick soup into Dorianna's bowl. "What kind of soup is it?" she whispered, so that no one else could hear. "I think it's potato, Miss Dorianna. I did see cook putting lots of pepper in it, so perhaps it won't taste too bad." Marjorie's wrinkled face drooped in anxiety as she bent over Dorianna and replied to her question. This was the 4th day running that cook had sent up potato soup to the dining room. Mr Shawcroft did not wait for Dorianna or her mamma to be served before starting his dinner. He was already spooning the soup into his mouth, whilst still perusing the racing pages, and he did not seem to notice when a large drop of soup fell from his spoon and clung to his creased shirt front. Dorianna could scarcely believe how much he had changed since he had married her mamma. He had seemed so well turned out and polite at the time of the wedding. She let her thoughts turn back to that day almost a year ago now. She recalled it all so clearly as she slipped back in time to the final moments in her mamma's bedroom as she and Marjorie helped the bride into her wedding dress. Dorianna had been her bridesmaid, and as soon as Marjorie had helped her with her own pale blue gown, she had hurried to help dress her mother. She wanted Mamma to look absolutely perfect on her special day, and did not like thinking of frail Marjorie struggling on her own with the big wedding gown and the flowing veil that the bridegroom had provided. The bride's elegant wedding dress with a fashionably cut narrow waist was made from pale grey satin that was sewn all over with crystals. She gasped as Marjorie and Dorianna laced her into her corset. "It's so very tight," she had cried. "I will never survive the day." "Mamma, this hourglass silhouette is so fashionable. You will look absolutely beautiful." "I think it's a fashion far more suitable for young girls," she sighed, knowing that she would not feel comfortable all day. "But that is how your fiancé must see you, my lady," Marjorie came in, "as a young and lovely bride." And then the old lady and Mamma helped Dorianna step into the rustling skirts. They were just fixing the last hook at the back of the dress when there was a loud rap at the bedroom door, and Dorianna ran across to open it. "An urgent delivery for her ladyship?" called out the garden boy, looking slightly shamefaced. Bemused by his obvious discomfort, Dorianna took the package from him. It was a long box, covered in purple velvet and fastened by a silver clasp. There was a folded note pinned to the top. "It must be my dear Neville again," sighed Mamma. "It's yet another gift. I am overcome with his generosity. I shall have to sit down while I open it." Marjorie and Dorianna together smoothed out her satin skirts as she dropped down onto a sofa. Then she unfastened the clasp and lifted the purple velvet lid. "Oh," she gasped, and her face turned pale. Lying in a nest of black satin inside the box was a heavy necklace covered in diamonds and a delicate curved tiara also covered with sparkling jewels. Mamma put the box on the sofa and opened the note and read out, "For my beloved, would that I had the means to change every tiny crystal on your wedding dress into gems like these. But, my dearest, may these 2 small tokens suffice for now. Your most ardent and devoted, Neville Shawcroft." "Oh, Mamma, what a fabulous gift!" Her hands shook as she refolded the note, and then she sat silently on the sofa as Marjorie hooked the diamond necklace around her neck. "I must fetch the veil, as, of course, the tiara will fit over the top of it," suggested Marjorie as she hobbled across the room. "Mamma, are you all right?" asked Dorianna while Marjorie was out of earshot. "You seem very quiet. These are such wonderful jewels. Aren't you happy to be getting married again?" She took a deep breath and put her hands over her small, tightly laced waist. "Of course, my darling, I am happy, but perhaps it's because I am older now. I don't know. But I cannot help but think of your dearest papa, and how joyful I felt on our wedding day all those years ago." Dorianna felt her eyes suddenly sting with tears. "Oh, Mamma, I so want you to be happy, but you must not marry Mr. Shawcroft unless you really love him." She caught hold of her daughter's hand. "I believe, my dear darling, that we have only one chance of true love in our lives. I have had mine, and it was wonderful, not least in that it brought you into the world. Mr. Shawcroft is kind and attentive, and he is very well off. He will do everything he can to look after us, and provide us with everything we need. I ask no more." There was no further chance to speak to her Mamma, for Marjorie was coming back, the veil cascading from her hands like a sparkling waterfall. She laid the folds over Mamma's head and fastened them in place with the diamond tiara. Mamma stood up slowly and walked across the room towards the door. Then she turned back to face Dorianna. Her face was invisible behind the clinging folds of the veils. If she had not known that Mamma stood before her, she might have thought that the slender, glittering bride was a stranger, a young and elegant woman she had never met before. Mamma walked slowly up the aisle of the little stone church in Ashburton, her heavy skirts rustling on the floor. Her kid-gloved, elegant hand rested on the arm of old Mr. Bentley, who had been a family friend for many years, as she had no living male relatives to give her away. Mr. Shawcroft was waiting for her at the altar, and beside him stood his best man, a heavily built youth with a shock of pale hair falling into his eyes. Dorianna had never seen him before, but she knew that his name was Lord Buxton, and that he was a good friend of Mr. Shawcroft. As Dorianna walked behind her mamma, carrying the hem of the long veil, she thought how well turned out Mr. Shawcroft was, in his immaculate top hat and tails, with a huge white gardenia in his buttonhole. And yet, at the same time, she could not help but think that he was looking a bit like a fox. In her father's old study, hanging on the wall beside his desk, was a series of old comical prints showing foxes dressed up as humans, drinking and smoking, or lounging round a table playing cards. With his waxed moustache and long pointed nose, Mr. Shawcroft looked just like one of those russet-tailed, beady-eyed beasts as he waited for his bride to join him and become his wife. Dorianna noticed this resemblance again after the wedding, as the assembled guests were sitting down to the wedding breakfast. Mr. Shawcroft stood up to make a short speech, and then began reading out messages of congratulations from the guests who had been able to attend in person. As he held up the last telegram, he hesitated for a moment, and Dorianna thought she saw his chest puffing up with pride. "Albert, Prince of Wales," read Mr. Shawcroft, his little eyes gleaming, "sends us his heartfelt congratulations, and regrets that due to certain important state engagements, he is unable to be with us on this most special day." Mr. Shawcroft looked up at the guests and smiled, looking with his sharp eyes and pointed nose so like a fox that had just stolen a fat chicken from the coop. "We shall look forward," he added, "to welcoming His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales to Ashburton Hall at his earliest convenience. Shall we not, my dear?" And he turned to Mamma, who nodded silently. The Prince of Wales had been an acquaintance of Dorianna's parents, and there had often been talk of him visiting the hall during the hunting and shooting seasons, although he had never really actually come. Dorianna's heart ached as she recalled her dearest papa, and how delighted he would have been to welcome Bertie, the handsome and dashing prince, to the hall. She did not like to even think that Mr. Shawcroft might be the one who would host his visit. The gentle voice of dear old Mr. Bentley, who was sitting beside her, roused her from her thoughts. "You look pensive, my dear. I hope you are not feeling sad to see your mamma getting married again?" "Of course not. She has been lonely and unhappy, and things have been very hard for us. Now we will be comfortable, and Mr. Shawcroft will give us everything we need and more." Mr. Bentley sighed, and his pale blue eyes looked away from Dorianna, and focused on Mr Shawcroft, who was laughing and joking with his fair-haired best man, and trying to push him onto his feet to make his speech. "What is wrong, Mr Bentley?" she asked him gently. "Something is troubling you." The elderly gentleman shook his head. "I'm quite sure that all will be well, my dear, but nothing is certain these days. The younger generation have no thought for care, thrift, and hard work." And then he smiled at Dorianna. "What I am saying, it's a joyful day for you and your dear sweet mamma, and Mr Shawcroft has been an exceptionally lucky man so far. Who is to say that his luck will not continue?" Dorianna wondered what he meant, but she thought that maybe he was just referring to Mr Shawcroft's good fortune in being married to her mamma. The best man then gave a loud honking guffaw of laughter and staggered to his feet. He began his speech, but it was hard to hear what he was saying, as he was constantly looking down as he spoke and mumbled the words into his collar. After a moment or two, he turned his round red face in Dorianna's direction and muttered some words about a charming bridesmaid. Then he turned back to Mr Shawcroft and gave out another great honk of laughter. Mr Bentley sighed again. "I can't hear a word he's saying," he whispered to Dorianna. "What a silly young goose he is." She smiled to herself. The young man was exactly like a goose, with his large round belly and his shock of almost white hair. They would make an amusing painting to hang on any wall, the fox and the goose, side by side, yapping and honking as they sat in front of plates laden with rich food. Dorianna sighed inwardly at the memory, and pulled her thoughts back into the present moment, where now she sat at the long dining table with just mamma for company. She looked down at the bowl in front of her. The last spoonful of potato soup was gone. Dorianna laid down her spoon and shivered as she remembered how carefree and innocent she had been that first time she had seen Lord Buxton. He had seemed quite harmless and amusing at her mamma's wedding. A clumsy, shy young man who could hardly get his words out. The silly goose, as Mr Bentley had so rightly judged. She had no idea, then, what an important part he was going to play in her life. How would she have felt on that happy day if she had known that before the year was out that she would be engaged to be married to that very same goose? Marjorie was creeping around the table, removing the empty soup bowls. Then she served the next course, a thick stew with small pieces of meat, sweets and carrots. Ugh, rabbit again. Mr Shawcroft shoved his plate away, pushing it roughly across the polished table. "Thank goodness we shall all enjoy a better dinner tomorrow when we arrive at Ashburton Hall." He now looked across at Dorianna and smiled his lopsided smile. "I trust you'll mind your manners when we arrive," he advised. "You may be pretty, and a fair-haired woman is always a distinct bonus when it comes to matchmaking, but Buxton won't stand for any nonsense." Dorianna felt a chill run down her spine. "I am quite sure that I have never been anything but polite to Lord Buxton," she retorted. "Huh!" Mr Shawcroft's foxy face creased into a frown. "That's the problem, missy. You're too chilly with him. Warmth, that's just what a man likes. Buxton's a shy, sensitive lad. You'll frighten him off with your ice maiden act, and we don't want that now, do we?" "I'm very sorry if that is how I appear. It is not my intention at all to be cold." She tried to smile at her steppapa, but her stomach churned as she tried to imagine herself being affectionate and warm towards Lord Buxton. Mr Shawcroft rose from his place to stand behind Dorianna's chair. He picked up a strand of her fair long hair and ran it through his fingers. "We've almost got him now. Just another 36 hours and he'll be in the bag. And once you're married, young lady, you can behave as you like." He chuckled to himself and gave Dorianna's hair a sharp little tug. He then strolled out of the dining room, banging the door behind him and leaving his food untouched. He did not speak a word to mamma or even look at her as he left. "He surely practices what he preaches," she thought to herself. for his behaviour towards my dear mamma has completely changed, and now he always does exactly what he likes, without any thought for how she must feel." Dorianna watched her mamma, eating her rabbit stew calmly, taking tiny, elegant bites as if it was the finest French cuisine, and her heart ached as she recalled the evening of that wedding day, when all had seemed so hopeful and so exciting. She let her mind run back to the last moments she had spent alone with her newly married mamma, now Mrs. Shawcroft, before she left on her honeymoon. Mr. Shawcroft had arranged for the honeymoon to be spent in the Channel Islands, and Dorianna had gone upstairs to help her mamma change for the journey. The satin and crystal gown was laid aside, and Mrs. Shawcroft gasped with relief as the corset was loosened, and her daughter helped her into a more comfortable travel costume of soft lilac velvet. "I am exhausted," she sighed, as Dorianna hooked up her dress. "I would like nothing better than to stay at home and cuddle up on the sofa with Toby and Maria." Dorianna fetched some lavender water and dabbed it on her mamma's forehead with a silk handkerchief. "It will be an adventure, mamma," she enthused. "It will be so exciting to travel to the islands on a boat." Dorianna almost wished that she could go too. She pictured the sun shining on white-capped waves and the green rocky islands of Jersey and Guernsey rising up out of the sea, and her heart beat faster at the thought. There were tears in mamma's eyes as she reached out and caught Dorianna's hands. "I shall not be gone too long," she said, a quiver in her voice. "I hope you will not be too lonely without us, my darling." "Mamma, you must not worry about me," Dorianna cried. "You must enjoy your honeymoon and be happy." Of course, yes, I am happy. Happy to think that all will be well here at the Hall, and that you, my dearest daughter, will want for nothing. We are so lucky, mamma. Just think of how hard our life has been, and now that is all over." The garden boy had just arrived to carry the bags downstairs, and mamma clung to her daughter's arm as they followed him down to the entrance hall. Mr. Shawcroft was already waiting by the carriage, and he helped mamma to climb up the little iron steps. "Come along, my love," he called as he guided her through the carriage door. "Let Cupid speed our chariot on its way. We don't want to miss the boat." He climbed into the carriage after her and slammed the door shut. Then he pulled down the window and leaned out. "Be very good, young lady," he said to Dorianna, showing his teeth in a sideways smile. "We'll be back for Derby Day. Never fear." And then he closed the window and rapped on the roof, and they rattled away down the long gravel drive. Dorianna chewed on her rabbit stew slowly. It was tough, and if she had not been so hungry, she would have not been able to get through it all. She recalled how puzzled she had been by what her step-papa had said to her as he drove away. Why should a horse race be so important to him? Of course, everyone knew all about the Derby. It was the most famous race of the year. But why was he thinking about it on his wedding day? How could she have been so naive back then? Now everything was so clear and obvious, but even after Mamma and Step-Papa had returned from honeymoon, it was some weeks before the true situation emerged. Mr. Shawcroft came back from the Channel Islands full of energy and enthusiasm. At once he began the task of interviewing servants for Ashburton Hall, and found a new butler, McFadden, and a whole bevy of parlourmaids and footmen to bring the service at the Hall back up to a very high standard. "We can't have anything second-rate, if we are to entertain the Prince of Wales here," he counselled, winking at Dorianna. He also engaged builders, decorators, and gardeners to refurbish the hall, repairing, repainting, and planting, so that everything should look as good as new. He was most concerned with the front aspect of the hall, and the formal front garden with its neat flower beds and little box hedges. But he did not intend to stop there. "All that untidy woodland at the back of the hall needs pulling up," he commented to Mamma at dinner one day. "That must be our next project." Dorianna's heart beat faster as she thought of the shaded paths she loved to walk along with her papa, and the secret statues hidden away under the trees. She did not want them to be discovered and maybe taken down and thrown away by Mr Shawcroft. "Neville, my dear, surely we must not overstretch ourselves," Mamma advised gently. "We really are spending a fortune on all the works at the Hall. Would it not perhaps be wise to wait a little before we take on anything more?" Dorianna looked gratefully at Mamma. Mr Shawcroft was not deflected. His eyes shone with excitement as he reached over and seized his wife's hand, pressing it to his lips. "Don't talk like that, my love. We have everything we need. Prosperity is ours." "But Neville, don't forget that next spring Dorianna will be coming out, and we must make sure that her first season and her presentation at court are perfect." She looked anxiously at her husband. "Absolutely, my dear," he responded, smiling. "No expense will be spared." Mamma smiled as well, but her blue eyes were still troubled. "I just can't help but feel we should go a little more slowly. It's always wise to be careful and not overspend when one is running a big estate like this." A shadow passed over Mr Shawcroft's face, and he looked angry all of a sudden. "Have I ever failed to provide for you?" he fumed. "I cannot believe you have no confidence in me." Mamma hastened to reassure him that she had every confidence in his ability to provide for her and Dorianna. "Good," said Mr Shawcroft with a frown. "That's the way forward. Fortune shines on me as it always has. You will bring bad luck with your doubts and hesitations." And he dropped his wife's hand and left the room. Mamma made no more suggestions about caution and economy for fear of upsetting him, and it all seemed to be going smoothly and efficiently at the Hall. The staff settled into their jobs, and the renovations continued, making the whole place seem fresh and clean. A short while later, Mr Shawcroft announced over dinner that he would be going away for some time to attend the Derby meeting at Epsom. Dorianna remembered his comment on the wedding day. "Shall we be coming with you?" she asked eagerly. "I should like to see the most famous horse race in the world." Mr Shawcroft laughed. "Another time, perhaps," he replied, and Dorianna noticed that his eyes were shining brightly. He seemed so preoccupied and excited that he could hardly look at her. "It will be so very busy and hot at Epsom," Mamma added. "We should be a great deal more comfortable and happy staying quietly at home." Dorianna could not help but think that she would rather be cheering on the swiftest and the best horse in the land as they strove to be first past the winning post, but she did not like to contradict her mamma. "That's right, my love," Mr Shawcroft said, patting his wife's arm. "Stay quietly at home and see what lovely gifts I shall bring back for you both." He was away from the Hall for over a week. When he did return, he looked tired and ill, and he seemed to have forgotten the presents he had promised. He seemed altogether depressed and withdrawn, and spent a great deal of his time looking out of the window at the flower-beds, a deep frown creasing his forehead. From time to time he could be heard muttering to himself about the expense. "Why do we employ 10 men to clear the garden when one could do the job just as well?" Dorianna heard him say, and then he cursed under his breath and added, "Let it be for now. All will still be well, if my plan works." When Mamma asked him what was wrong, he would brush her questions away with a shrug of his shoulders. "I have a great deal on my mind, love, and I do not need you bothering me with your concerns. I am now going to London for a while." "And when will you be back with us?" "When I have done what I have to do." He turned his back on her and left the room. The next morning he left for London. After dinner that day, Dorianna went to her mamma's bedroom to say good-night, as she always did when she was on her own. She found Mamma at her dressing-table, staring at her reflection in the mirror. "Mamma, you are still up? I thought you would be in bed by now. What is the matter?" "My darling, something really quite worrying has occurred, and I simply cannot sleep for thinking about it." Dorianna's heart contracted sharply as she looked at her mother's pale and anxious face. "Whatever has happened?" "Every night before I go to sleep, I like to look at my diamonds," replied Mamma. "Sometimes I put the tiara on my head and just hold the necklace around my neck, and then I look at myself in the mirror. I have never in my life possessed anything so valuable and gorgeous as all these jewels, and after I have touched and stroked them, I feel so very happy that I have no trouble falling into a deep and peaceful sleep." "I know, Mamma. I have often seen you do that." "My darling, tonight I opened the drawer of my dressing table to take the jewels out, and they are gone." "What?" Dorianna's voice struck in her throat with shock. "Maybe they are somewhere else, in another drawer. Could you have put them anywhere, somewhere different, and you have forgotten?" "No, I have looked everywhere. They are gone." Dorianna's heart was racing. Had the jewels been stolen? She clasped her mother's hands. "Let me speak to McFadden. We must send for the police, Mamma." "No, my darling." Her voice sounded low and sad. I don't think we need to do that." She looked into Dorianna's eyes. "Oh, Mamma," mumbled Dorianna. "Do you think Mr Shawcroft has taken them to London?" "We must wait and see. We must not jump to conclusions, but I do not think we should call the police. We must speak to Mr Shawcroft first." Chapter 4. Dorianna had stood in Mamma's bedroom and wept, urging her again and again to question the servants and to call the police. "But, Mamma, your jewels must have been stolen. We need to get them back." "Please, Dorianna, you must try and understand that I do not want you to interfere. Neville will know exactly what we should do, I am sure." Dorianna could hardly remember the last time that her mild-mannered Mamma had spoken to her so sternly, and she recognized that she must not go on attempting to persuade her to find out what had happened to the diamonds. She could only wait and see just what might happen when her step-papa returned from London. Mr Shawcroft seemed like a changed man when he came back to Ashburton Hall a week later. His eyes were dull, and his thin face drooped. He did not speak to Dorianna at all, and she waited anxiously for her Mamma to tell her what Mr Shawcroft had said, but this did not happen for a long time. As the days passed by, Mamma stayed mostly in her bedroom, speaking to no one. She looked pale and sad, and when she came down to dinner, she did not wear her diamond tiara or necklace. They were never seen at Ashburton Hall again. The time of prosperity seemed to have come to an abrupt end. There were no more bottles of champagne at dinner or expensive gifts for Mamma and Dorianna. This did not upset her that much, but she was very sad when she heard that gardeners, builders and decorators, who had been labouring so hard, were being sent away by Mr Shawcroft without being paid. The atmosphere at home was troubled and gloomy, and Dorianna slipped away to spend as much time as possible in her beloved woodland garden. There she could relax, looking at the trees and the flowers, and dipping her feet in the cool, rushing stream. One day, 2 weeks after Mr Shawcroft's return, Dorianna returned to the hall after a long afternoon in the peace of the woodland glades, and was about to slip in by the back door when she heard some voices coming from the boot room. It was McFadden, the butler, who was talking to one of the footmen. Dorianna pushed the back door open a little so that she could see them. The footman was cleaning a pair of black boots, and McFadden was leaning against the wall. She was about to creep away and find another way into the hall, as she did not like McFadden, who always looked as if he thought himself superior to the tasks it was his duty to perform. But then she overheard what he was saying, and his words stopped her in her tracks. "That old Shawcroft's luck has run out at last," he was expounding. Dorianna could smell the cigarette he was smoking, something that no servant had ever done on the premises of Ashburton Hall before. "How much did he lose?" the footman asked. "Lord only knows," replied McFadden with a dry laugh. "He bet like a fool on the Derby, put everything on an outsider, and lost the lot. Why doesn't he win it all back? He's always done so in the past, so they say. McFadden laughed again. Not this time. He's cleaned out. Nothing is left to bet. Nothing in the bank, and the estate's already mortgaged to the hilt. Dorianna felt fear rising up inside her like a wave. This could not be true. How could it have happened that Mr Shawcroft's money was all gone? Whatever will become of us? The footman asked. Will we get paid? I've 3 sisters and a brother at home, depending on me, and I can't afford to work for nothing. Shh, hissed McFadden. Someone's listening to us. He quickly pulled the door open so that Dorianna came face to face with him and the footman. How dare you talk like this? She cried, her face hot with anger. You have no right to discuss the business of your employers in this way. McFadden took a long puff on his cigarette before throwing it out of the back door onto the gravel. Yes, my lady. He looked insolently at Dorianna. And you know that it is not permitted for any of the staff to smoke inside Ashburton Hall. McFadden smiled. Did ye not know that he who pays the piper calls the tune? He said, his voice slipping into his own native Scottish accent for a moment. Dorianna felt suddenly afraid. What did he mean? Was he implying that he was only answerable to Mr Shawcroft? No servant had ever spoken so rudely to her before. She left the room and ran to the parlour, where her mamma would normally be sitting at this time of the day. Mamma was in her favourite armchair, her little gold eyeglasses perched on her nose, and a piece of fine linen in her lap, which she was embroidering with daisies. Dorianna was very relieved to find her mother alone. She felt tears welling up in her eyes, and it was a few moments before her voice was steady enough to speak. Mamma, we have not spoken properly to each other since Mr Shawcroft came home. Can't you tell me what is happening? The servants are all gossiping and saying that his money is lost. If that is true, can't you tell me? Dorianna, my darling daughter. Mamma put down her sewing and looked over the top of her glasses. You must forgive me, but I have not wanted to talk about what has been going on. It's true that Neville has lost a great deal of money racing, and that we will all have to tighten our belts. But he has been trying to win back some of his losses, and he assures me that he will be able to recover his fortune. I have been hoping that this will be the case, but now I am not so sure. And what about your diamonds, Mamma? What has become of them? Unfortunately, my darling one, they had to be sold. Mr Shawcroft's debts were so large that it had to be done. Oh, Mamma, Dorianna cried out in horror. How awful! They are only jewels, and, beautiful as they were, the loss of them does not upset me as much as it might. With the money raised, we may still be able to take you to London, Dorianna, and see that you are presented at court. I just want to give you some kind of season, not as grand as the one I would have liked, but something. But that doesn't matter, Mamma. I would much rather you still had your diamonds. The parlour door then swung open sharply, and Mr Shawcroft came in. He seemed surprised to see Dorianna. What's all this, then? He called out as he slumped down on the sofa. I was just telling Dorianna about all our plans for London, his wife answered, laying aside her embroidery. And I was saying that I would far rather my mamma still had her diamonds, exclaimed Dorianna. Mr Shawcroft looked at her, his foxy face creased in a thoughtful frown. Would you now? Well, they just had to go, and that's an end to it. And then he smiled to himself. But we will take you to London, young lady, he continued, for I have a feeling that we have something to offer the drawing-rooms of the city that is far more valuable than diamonds. What do you mean? Dorianna asked him, feeling confused. Mr Shawcroft laughed and tapped his pointed nose with the side of his finger. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it. Leave everything to your step-papa. Off you go now. Make sure you get plenty of beauty sleep this week. It'll be non-stop socializing when we get to London. "There you are, my darling one," sighed Mamma, and stood to kiss her. "You see, we will have a season after all, and never mind your step-papa's teasing." Dorianna hugged her and left them in the parlour. Something about Mr Shawcroft's expression when he looked at her made her feel very uneasy. Although there was now very little money left, he had not begrudged spending a large sum on a beautiful white dress for Dorianna. She tried it on, and looked at her elegant silhouette in her pier mirror, scarcely recognizing the tall, graceful creature that stared back at her. Dorianna had always known that one day she would be presented at court, before attending society functions in London, in the hope that she would meet eligible and rich young men who were looking for a wife. But now that the time had come, she simply did not feel the joy or excitement expected of a young woman on the cusp of her season. Instead, she wished that she could stay quietly at Ashburton Hall and not have to travel to London with her step-papa, who had begun looking at her in a manner that made her feel most uncomfortable. The day of the court presentation arrived, and with her tall, slender figure and bright golden hair, Dorianna was openly acknowledged to be one of the most beautiful girls at Buckingham Palace. But the day passed in a blur for her. Dorianna was not used to being amongst so many people. She felt shy and alone, standing in a long line with the other debutantes, waiting to be presented to the Queen. She longed to be back at home and wandering free in her beloved woodland glades. Even the regal figure of Queen Victoria, dressed in her imposing robes and jewels, made little impression on Dorianna as she made her curtsy. "My darling, you look wonderful," sighed Mamma afterwards, when Dorianna told her how uncomfortable she had felt. "Your hair looked as bright as an angel's, and you made such a graceful curtsy to the Queen. You outshone all the other girls." "Indeed, yes," added her step-papa, "a proper little diamond. And no doubt there are others who will agree with your mamma once we get you in front of society." Dorianna looked out of the dining-room windows at the trees stirring in the breeze, and shuddered as she recalled the look on her step-papa's face as he said those words. There was a loud clink of china. Marjorie was back and making her way along the table, clearing the plates. "Will you like fruit, my lady?" she asked, stopping by Mamma. "There are still some apples in the storeroom that I can bring for you." "No, thank you, Marjorie. I think I will retire now." At least once Dorianna married Lord Buxton, there would be succulent desserts at Ashburton Hall again. The pastries, syllabubs, and fine, rich custards that were Mamma's favourite treats. And then she nearly choked as she remembered that it was tomorrow morning that she would be setting out on the journey to Rouston Hall, the journey that would end with her wedding. "I just can't do it," she cried out silently to herself, as the disagreeable image of the foolish young goose, Lord Buxton, reared up in her mind again. "Just how can I marry someone I don't even like? I would rather chew wrinkled apples every day for my only food, then spend the rest of my life with him, than hearing his honking laugh, or looking at his silly red face." Mamma rose from the table to make her way slowly to the door. "Good night, my Dorianna. Sleep well, as we have a long journey tomorrow." "Good night, my dear Mamma." Then Dorianna sat down at the table again, trying desperately to control her racing thoughts. How had it come about? Why had she ever thought it was a good idea to marry Lord Buxton? "Remember, Dorianna," she told herself. "Try and remember how your own mamma married Mr Shawcroft for his money, to try and save Ashburton Hall. Now you are doing just the same. Lord Buxton is a rich man with great estates and no debts. The Hall will be saved, and Mamma will be secure for the rest of her life." She ignored the little voice inside her that cried, "But how about me? How will I live? How can I do this terrible thing to myself?" And gradually she felt calmer, so that she was able to leave the table and make her way up to her bedroom. There were still some small items to be packed, and she moved quietly around the room, folding and packing, so that all would be ready for her early start the next morning. and all the time, as vivid in her mind as the day it happened, the moment of her second encounter with Lord Buxton at a soirée in Mayfair replayed itself. On the day after her court presentation, Dorianna had felt tired and listless. Her head still ached, and she felt uneasy, full of a strange foreboding she could not explain. She would have much preferred to remain in her room in the tall house in Mayfair, with the curtains drawn, and slept all day long. But Mr Shawcroft had made plans. Lady Carrisford, an elegant and sophisticated lady, was holding an afternoon soirée at her large Mayfair home. Mr Shawcroft had become acquainted with Lord Carrisford at various racecourses all over the country, and Dorianna had no choice but to do as her step-papa wished, and attend her ladyship's party. Lady Carrisford's smart drawing-room was packed with noisy guests, laughing men and ladies wearing tightly laced dresses and hats with nodding plumes. Dorianna stayed by Mr Shawcroft's side until he vanished into the crowd greeting a racing acquaintance. She found a quiet corner where she leant against a window-sill, looking down at her satin shoes and hoping no one would notice her. She could not see anyone that she knew among the throng, although above the general hubbub of conversation she heard a loud honking laugh that sounded familiar. "If I keep very still, perhaps these people will leave me alone," she thought. "I will just imagine I am sitting on a fallen log in the woodland garden, quietly, all by myself." The noise of chattering voices and clinking of glasses seemed to retreat, and Dorianna gave a deep sigh of relief. Her plan seemed to be working. There was a soft movement beside her, as someone else leant against the windowsill. She kept her eyes fixed on her shoes, wishing that whoever it was would go away. "You have found the one peaceful spot in the whole room," a man's voice intoned, so close to her ear that she jumped in surprise. "Oh, I am sorry. I did not intend to startle you," he said. "I will not spoil your quiet moment, I promise." His voice was low and gentle. She looked up to see a tall gentleman standing next to her, his dark eyes fixed on her face. He was lean and handsome, his skin tanned from a life spent outdoors. The young man smiled at her. "What were you just thinking of?" he asked. "You looked so happy." I was just imagining that I was sitting in our woodland garden at home," Dorianna replied. As soon as she had said the words, she felt herself blush as they sounded so childish. "A more delightful and pleasant place to be than in this crowded room," he smiled at her again. "I do rather hate these functions, don't you?" Suddenly, a bulky man with a shock of pale, unruly hair burst out of the crowd. Dorianna found her hand seized in a limp clasp, and a loud, high-pitched voice cried, "It's you! I have looked everywhere for you, and here you are, hiding away like a little country violet." It was Lord Buxton, her step-papa's best man. He pulled at her hand, almost throwing her off balance in his eagerness, and pressed it to his moist lips for a lingering kiss. Dorianna could not back away as she was right up against the window. She could feel the wet heat of Lord Buxton's plump fingers and his eager lips through the white kid leather of her long gloves. "Dorianna, the most glorious girl in the room," he sighed, lowering her hand from his mouth at last. Hiding her light under a bushel. Why, how excited I was when I realized I knew the girl everyone was talking about yesterday. The absolute prettiest of all the debutantes at court. And her stepfather is my greatest friend." The tall young man standing at her side now backed away, saying, "Please, excuse me. I did not realize you had other commitments." "The Earl of Claremont, by Jove!" exclaimed Lord Buxton. "Back off, you dark horse. The lady is with me." And he seized both Dorianna's hands in his. She felt a wave of nausea pass over her. Lord Buxton's breath wafted in her face, smelling of wine and spirits, and she could see great drops of sweat shining on his round, red cheeks. She turned away from him to see that the tall young man was still standing by the window-sill. He looked into her eyes for a moment, and she felt a strange thrill pass through her body. It was as if he was someone that she had known for a long time, someone who knew her so well that he could read her thoughts. "It was a great pleasure to make your acquaintance, Dorianna." He bowed politely to her, before moving away and disappearing into the throng of people. Lord Buxton, still clutching both her hands, gave a honking laugh and then licked his lips, staring at her with his little blue eyes. He looked like an overexcited schoolboy who had just opened a tuck-box filled with his favourite sweets. "Please excuse me," whispered Dorianna, "but I am feeling a little unwell."
"Oh, dear me, oh poor little Violet, drooping for lack of sustenance. An ice, that's what you need. Come with me and you shall be as right as rain in just one moment."
Lord Buxton thrust Dorianna's hand under his arm and pulled her after him through the crowds towards a long table laden with dishes of ice cream and sorbet. He spooned a large helping of rich pink and green ice cream onto a plate and held it out to her, sliding his arm around her shoulders. Dorianna felt her skin crawling at his touch. His arm was heavy and clumsy, and he felt so hot. "Really, oh, thank you. I shall be all right. I would prefer a glass of water. If you would be kind enough to let me go, I will find one of the servants to help me." She tried to move away from him, but he pulled her back against him.
"I won't hear of it," Lord Buxton shouted, his voice ringing out over the chatter of the people nearby. "Damsel in distress, I can't abandon you."
To her horror, he put down the plate of ice cream and took both her hands in his, squeezing them tightly.
"You are so beautiful," he breathed into her face. "I could tell you were a good looker when I saw you in that sweet blue bridesmaid's outfit at old Shawcroft's wedding. But today, phew, stunning. I have got you now, and I am certainly not going to let you go." "Wise words, my dear old friend. Wise words." Mr Shawcroft came up and clapped Lord Buxton on the back. "Keep the filly on a tight rein. That's the way."
Dorianna was struggling to breathe. Her hands were still trapped in Lord Buxton's, and she felt hemmed in on all sides by the noisy crowd. Mr Shawcroft gave a big smile, flashing his small pointed teeth at her, and leant across to whisper in her ear.
"Well done, Dorianna. Just as I thought. There are more valuable things than diamonds, and I am about to achieve a good return from my investment in you."
The crowded drawing room spun before her eyes. What did her stepfather mean? The feeling of foreboding that had been troubling her all day now made her limbs shake and her head swim. Only Lord Buxton's hold was keeping her on her feet, and the sound of his honking laughter echoed in her ears alongside her steppapa's sly, triumphant chuckle. Dorianna crouched down by the box that she was packing and pressed her hands to her head. Even though she was safe and alone in her room, the memory of her misery in that hot and noisy drawing room made her feel faint. Before she could slip back into the past again, she jumped as she heard a soft tap at the door. Who could it be, so late in the evening? There was another knock, and a voice whispered, "Lady Dorianna?" It was the garden boy, and he looked up anxiously at her as she opened the door. "A package came for you this evening, delivered by hand. A horseman came to the stable yard, but he wouldn't stop, my lady. He just rode away again as quick as he came." "Why, thank you," exclaimed Dorianna, taking the envelope. "How very strange. I am certainly not expecting anything. Thank you so much for bringing it up to me." She turned her attentions to the large envelope, wondering if it might contain a message or a gift from her fiancé, the man she had just been thinking about with such revulsion. But then she noticed that her name was written on the envelope in elegant, spidery writing. An old-fashioned hand, she mused. It could not be from Lord Buxton. His writing was untidy, as if he always wrote in a great hurry, and he used thick black ink. Dorianna took the package to her dressing table and sat down to open it.
It contained a large sheet of writing paper, and when she unfolded it, a bundle of banknotes fell out. She gasped with shock at so much money, and her hands trembled as she lifted the note and read it, desperate to find out who could have sent it to her. My dear Dorianna, I understand that you are to be married, and would like to send you my congratulations and warm wishes for your future happiness. Recently, I have been most unwell, and my doctors do not hold out much hope for my recovery. I am sad to think that I will never see you again, but as you are moving to a new home and I am unable to travel, it seems unlikely. I realize that times have been hard for you and your dear mamma, and I know you will have borne all your difficulties with fortitude and grace. I should like to have chosen a gift for you, but have not been able to do so. Please accept the enclosed, and buy for yourself something that will give you joy and pleasure through the years to come. I know that you will want for nothing when you are Lady Buxton, but it is always good, I think, for a woman to have a little of her own independence, a small something she may call her own. My coachman will deliver this package directly to you, as I do not wish to entrust it to the postman. All my kindest thoughts and wishes for your future happiness. Your most affectionate friend, William Bentley. Dorianna's eyes filled with tears. Dear Mr. Bentley, he was such a kind old family friend. It was he who had given her mamma away at her wedding. How good of him to remember her when he was clearly so very unwell. And how curious that she had only been thinking of him that very evening while she sat at dinner, remembering his words of advice at her mamma's wedding. He was a dear, wise man who had foreseen all too clearly what was to become of Mr. Shawcroft and his wife and stepdaughter. She turned the thick bundle of notes over, flicking through them. There seemed to be almost £200. Dorianna had never held such a large sum of money in her hands before, and she felt quite dizzy at the thought of it. She had no idea what she might do with the money. Why had Mr. Bentley sent her so much? Perhaps she should just give it all to her mamma. But the words she had just read were still clear in her mind. It is always good, I think, for a woman to have a little of her own independence. And she quickly folded up the notes and hid them under her nightgown in the top of one of the trunks. Perhaps I should keep the money, she reflected. I am sure that mamma would want me to have it, for she is very sad that she has not been able to give me lovely things for my trousseau, and I will try and find a moment tomorrow to ask her what I should do. Her body turned cold at the thought of the next few days, of her wedding, and of the long years ahead as Lady Buxton. However will I bear it? She shouted out suddenly, and ran to the window, pulling it open and leaning into the dusk so that the evening breeze cooled her cheeks. Down in the woodland garden, she knew the same cool breeze was touching the marble cheeks of Aphrodite. "Help me," she murmured. "Help me, Aphrodite, to be happy, and help me to find love." And she seemed to hear a soft sigh echoing through the leaves as the breeze rippled through the trees. It was as if the little stone goddess on her pedestal had spoken, whispering to Dorianna, "You shall, my young one. You shall." Chapter 5. At last all the packing was finished, each box neatly tied with string and each trunk tightly strapped shut. Dorianna blew out the candles and lay down to rest on her bed. The curtains were still open, and the moon was just rising. In the soft light that came through her windows, she could see the heavy square outlines of all her luggage lined up by the door, ready for the morning. Her heart turned over, and she felt sick again as she thought that this was her last night at Ashburton Hall as an unmarried girl. If she ever did come back, she would not be able to have her lovely, peaceful bedroom all to herself ever again. "I must try and sleep," she told herself, and turned onto her side, pressing her face into the soft pillows. She was so very exhausted that as soon as her eyes closed, her body relaxed and she fell into a heavy sleep.
A couple of hours later, the moon was high in the sky, and her room was flooded with its stark white light. She woke with a start, gasping and choking for air. She struggled to throw off her heavy satin quilt as she tried to pull herself out from the terrifying nightmare that had overcome her. "Help!" she croaked, and sat up, shaking with fear. The trunks and boxes cast long shadows over the carpet in the moonlight, and for a moment she thought that her bedroom had been invaded by a crowd of threatening strangers, all standing by the door to stop her getting out. Clutching the quilt to her, Dorianna looked around the room. "It's all right," she whispered to herself. "There's no one there, and you are safe. It was just a nightmare." A few moments ago she had been dreaming. She was riding across the country on a fast hunter, galloping over grassy fields and leaping over hedges and ditches. Her whole body was glowing with excitement, with the thrill of speed and the joy of freedom. But then Dorianna felt a chill of fear. Behind her, she could hear the baying and snarling of a pack of hounds and the shouts of angry huntsmen who were calling her name and blowing their horns with a loud honking note as they urged the hounds on to catch her. She dug her heels into her horse's sides and felt the wind tugging at her hair as her mount sped up. If they could only go just a little faster, she would escape the hounds and she would still be free. A tall hedge of thorns was up ahead, and the horse raced towards it. She felt her heart pound as the horse made a great leap to clear the hedge, but there was a crash and a sound of splintering branches. The sky spun around above her head, and next she felt a great weight falling on her from above, pressing her into the ground. "I have taken a fall, just like Papa, and my horse has fallen right on top of me," she screamed to herself as she struggled to pull herself from under the body of the horse. But the creature on top of her was now no longer a horse. It had been turned into a giant bird, covered in soft, smothering feathers, and it was enveloping her with its vast bulk, crushing the breath from her lungs. She shrieked with horror as she fought to escape the monstrous bird. Then somehow her exhausted mind recognized that it must really be a dream, and began to pull her back to consciousness, back to the eerie white light that was pouring through her uncurtained windows. Now she was fully awake, Dorianna still sat on her bed, afraid to lie down in case she went back to sleep, and found herself once again caught in the embrace of the giant, smothering bird. Why had she had such a horrible dream, and what did it mean? Her heart was still pounding from the fear of being hunted and her desperate efforts to escape. "But of course," she muttered to herself, "that is just how I feel, and how I have felt ever since I agreed to marry Lord Buxton. I have felt hunted and trapped." Her eyes filled and tears ran down her cheeks as she remembered how wonderful it had felt, even though it was just a dream, to be free and racing away across the fields. "I will never get away now," she cried. "I will be crushed and smothered. I will never be free." She threw off the quilt and ran over to the window, pulling up the sash and leaning out into the cool night air. Outside, all was still. All the trees and their long jagged shadows looked black in the moonlight, but there were still little points of silver light reflecting from their leaves onto the woodland path, winding its way into the trees like a shimmering ribbon. "It looks like a different world," she thought, and she shuddered. It was eerie and yet exciting at the same time. A world where anything could happen. For a moment she wanted to run downstairs and let herself out into the garden, losing herself in the moonlight. But the light was so strange, and another unsettling thought came to her. What if I were to go down to the stream tonight and find Aphrodite and Pan gone, and their pedestals empty? She trembled with excitement. The intense light of the moon seemed to be casting a spell over the whole garden, and it was so easy to imagine the statues shaking themselves, stretching out their limbs in bliss and stepping down onto the grass to walk free. She stared into the ghostly woodland, searching for a sign of movement,
longing for a glimpse of the graceful figure of Aphrodite wafting through the trees. From the treetops, a thin, piping song started up. Perhaps a bird was perched up there. Her heart jumped as something stepped out from the wood and onto the terrace. It was the little deer she had seen by the stream. She dared not breathe in case she frightened it. The deer raised its head as if listening to the bird's song, and she could just spy the liquid reflection of silver moonlight in its large, almond-shaped eyes. "Have you seen the statues?" she breathed. "Are they wandering about in the woods too?" The deer dropped its head as if nodding to her, and then walked away along the terrace, around the corner of the hall, and out of sight. Dorianna moved away from the window. The fear and tension of the nightmare had vanished, and her eyelids felt heavy with sleep. She went back to her bed and lay down, and again fell straight into a deep sleep, dreaming that she was out in the moonlight, walking under the trees with her hand in Aphrodite's as they followed Pan along the path, listening to the sweet, sad notes of his pipes. "Dorianna! Dorianna!" Her mamma's voice sounded urgently in her ear, and a hand was shaking her shoulder. "What is it? What?" Dorianna blinked, struggling to open her heavy eyelids. Her limbs felt heavy as marble, and she could hardly turn her head on the pillow. She felt so weak and tired. "My darling, you have overslept. We must leave for Rouston Hall at once. The sun has now risen, and we have a long way to travel down to Kent." Dorianna sat up and rubbed her eyes. Sure enough, the sun was streaming in through her window, although she felt as if she had only been asleep for a very short while. "Oh, of course, Mamma. I will be ready very quickly. I am so sorry. I slept so heavily, and I dreamt of... Oh, nothing. It doesn't matter." She wanted to recount the story about the statues, the moonlight, and the little deer, but Mamma looked anxious and flustered. "You are so pale, Dorianna," she was saying. "Are you sure that you are going to be all right?" Dorianna suddenly remembered the tall young man, the Earl of Claremont, who she had met in the window at Lady Carrisfort's, and how he had looked into her eyes as if he could read her thoughts. "I could talk to him about my dream," she thought. "He would understand exactly how I felt." And then she recalled how Lord Buxton had made the Earl leave her side, and how he had disappeared into the crowd, and she shivered. If only they had had longer to speak to each other. But this was not the time to dwell on the past. Yes, I'm fine, Mamma," she responded limply. Mamma sighed deeply. "You know, my darling, you could not be making a better match for yourself in marrying Lord Buxton. And of course, there will be so many benefits for Mr Shawcroft and myself. But I just cannot help feel that you are not very happy." It was hard not to tell her mamma how much she was dreading the marriage, and how afraid she felt, but she kept her face turned away and lowered her eyes as she replied, "It has taken me a little while to become used to the idea, for I have always been so happy here at Ashburton Hall, and I just don't like the thought of leaving you and of giving up all the freedom I have enjoyed. But I know that I am doing the right thing." Dorianna swallowed hard and then looked down at her bedcover before continuing. "And I have no doubts any more." "I hope that's true, for I could not bear to think that you might be marrying someone you really don't care for. Lord Buxton is very young for his years, and sometimes he behaves in an exaggerated manner, but he adores you, and is desperate for you to be his wife." "Yes, Mamma, I know," said Dorianna, changing the subject. "But I must speak to you about something." She went to her luggage and drew out the envelope containing Mr Bentley's gift. "Why, that is a very large sum," Mamma exclaimed as she saw the fat bundle of £5 notes. "Wherever did it come from?" Dorianna explained about Mr Bentley's letter. "What should I do with it, Mamma? It's so generous of him. I rather think that I should give it to you, as I will not go short of anything at Rouston Hall." No, absolutely not, my darling. You must keep it."
Poor old Mr. Bentley meant for you to have it, and, as he says, it is always very pleasant as a married woman to have a little something of your own. Lord Buxton will be generous to your step-papa and myself, I am sure, as Mr. Shawcroft is a very dear friend of his. Thank you so much, Mamma. I could not have kept it without speaking to you first. It's very sad that Mr. Bentley is so unwell. Mamma put her arms around her daughter. You are always such a kind and thoughtful girl, she sighed, her eyes filling with tears. I could not bear you to be unhappy. You must not marry Lord Buxton if it is not what you want. Dorianna hugged her mamma tightly. I have given my word, and I don't like to break my promise. I know it will be the best for all of us, and I will be happy to know that you and step-papa will be well provided for. It would be very difficult for us if you were to go back on your word, but promise me, Dorianna, that if you really are not happy to be married, you will not go through with it. We will manage somehow, and perhaps it will not be so bad after all, to live in rooms in Bath. Mamma's voice shook a little as she spoke the words. And maybe, let's not forget, Mr. Shawcroft's luck may turn again. No, Mamma, I have made up my mind, and I must go through with it. I could not bear it if you lost your home, or had to be reliant again on a gambler's winnings. She hugged her mother tightly before sitting back down on her bed. As she closed her eyes, her mind went back to Lady Carrisford's soirée, and to the conversation that had led her to make the decision to marry Lord Buxton. All through that long, miserable afternoon, Dorianna had done everything in her power to escape the attentions of Lord Buxton. She wanted him to stop touching her and put an end to the steady supply of food and drink he insisted on offering her. As the soirée drew to an end, it was Lady Carrisford who came to her rescue. Her ladyship was an elegant middle-aged lady with an aristocratic look and a plume of violet feathers waving wildly from her headdress. "Please, leave us in peace, Rowley, my dear," she said, winking at Lord Buxton. "Your lovely young lady is not going anywhere. I will see to that. I will keep her safe for you until dinner." She then laid one of her kid-gloved hands softly on Dorianna's arm, shooing Lord Buxton away with the other. "Well, you are quite the belle of the ball," she said, fixing Dorianna with her bold green eyes. "Yesterday your looks were the talk of the court, and yet you were so aloof. But maybe that is part of the secret of your charm, for you have caught the most eligible bachelor in society. He has fallen head over heels for you, you lucky girl." "I did not intend. I am not sure what you mean," stammered Dorianna, trying to back away from her, but her ladyship's gloved hand tightened on her arm. "Aha! There is little point in playing coy with me. Anyone can see what you are about. Shawcroft is finished. Such a shame that his luck has deserted him, for he is the boldest of gamblers, bolder even than my dear Carrisford, for which I must say I am quite grateful, as at least my husband would never put his property up for a wager." She was pinching Dorianna's arm painfully, and the smell of her strong, sweet perfume was overpowering. "But I am not. No, I have no intentions of. I just could not get away from him." "Don't be silly," snorted Lady Carrisford. "You are the only chance that Shawcroft has left. Ashburton Hall is mortgaged up to the hilt. Have you thought that your poor mamma will be out on her ear if you don't make a good match? And it will have to be a really good one, at that." Dorianna's head swam. So that was why Mr. Shawcroft had insisted that she come to London for the season. He was scheming to find her a rich husband. But surely it need not be someone as foolish and unpleasant as Lord Buxton. She looked into Lady Carrisford's sharp green eyes. "You are so wrong," she said with quiet dignity. "I have no intention of pursuing Lord Buxton. This is the first and only soirée I have been to, and I am certain that I will meet many other young gentlemen in the coming weeks." Lady Carrisford laughed. "Of course you will, my dear. But will they be as rich as Buxton? And will they be prepared to take you on with no fortune of your own, and pay off your step-papa's gambling debts into the bargain?"
I think not. Dorianna was struggling to fully understand exactly what she was talking about.
You mean that Lord Buxton would do that?
Of course he would, my dear. He thinks that Mr Shawcroft is a sophisticate and a real genius to boot. Lady Carrisford shook her head. Strange indeed, for I dare say Shawcroft has lost as many wagers on Buxton's behalf as he has won for the foolish lad. Poor Buxton, he really is quite naive. He was a sickly child, and his mamma kept him in the country for much of his childhood. He longs to be a man about town. Dorianna felt a twinge of pity. Perhaps that was why Lord Buxton behaved in such an overbearing, noisy way. He had never been introduced to more cultured, sophisticated people. A word from the wise, Lady Carrisford whispered. Take him while you've still got him. I had nothing when I was your age, and I took my chance. I haven't regretted it at all. Just look at me now. I am a leading light in society, and I want for nothing. Dorianna stared at the older woman's face, at the dry, powdered skin pulled tight over the sharp cheekbones and the deep lines around the drooping mouth. Close up, she looked tired, old, and disappointed. Will I look like that when I am her age? Dorianna thought to herself. Is there any joy in her life? She does not look as if she smiles very much, in spite of all her fine clothes and her wonderful London house. If I had not played the hand that fate gave me, and used my good looks to get Carrisford, where do you think I would be now? Her ladyship's green eyes gazed into Dorianna's. I will tell you. I would be living on a pittance in my aunt's tiny cottage in Winchester, or earning my keep as a governess. And you might think that you would prefer that to a marriage you don't like. But think of your mamma. She is born and bred to luxury. She's not a strong young woman like you. She wouldn't last 6 months in rented rooms, and that's where you'll be heading rather sooner than you might think. Dorianna's breath caught in her chest, and she gave a little gasp of pain. How could she have not seen the situation clearly? It was as if she had been living in a dream. Is there no one else, do you think, who could help us? She questioned. He is the only one who would be foolish enough to, and you have now got him, if you want him. Play it cool, if you must, as it will inflame his ardour, as we have seen today. But don't let him go. Not if you love your mamma. An icy chill gripped Dorianna's whole body. Then I must do it, she said to herself, forcing the words out of her dry throat. I have no choice, and I must do it right away before my courage deserts me. When Mr Shawcroft came into Lady Carrisford's parlour just before dinner, with his little green eyes all aglow, smelling strongly of wine and cigars, and told her that Lord Buxton had fallen head over heels in love with her, and was so smitten that he was ready to propose, she knew what she must say. And when Lord Buxton did burst through the door and fall onto his knees before her to make his proposal, she answered yes before he had even finished speaking. The same icy chill stayed with her all through the grand dinner that followed. Lord Carrisford, deeply happy now that his old friend Shawcroft was out of trouble, was delighted to be able to break the news of the engagement to the guests. As soon as his speech was over, they all raised their glasses to the happy couple, and Dorianna shuddered at so many curious faces turning towards her. One face, in particular, struck an even deeper chill into her heart. The Earl of Claremont was seated at the other end of Lord Carrisford's table. His handsome face seemed pale in the candlelight, and his dark, deep eyes watched her, not with curiosity or mockery, but with a strange gaze that suggested sympathy or even pity. As the guests departed, Dorianna stood beside Lord Buxton with his hot, heavy hand firmly clamped upon her shoulder, tolerating the deluge of congratulations that came their way. She looked for the Earl, but he was not to be seen. Perhaps he had to leave early, she pondered, or maybe he had had enough of these people, for he seemed not to like being in a crowd.
She wanted to feel his quiet, strong presence beside her again, and see his dark eyes looking at her. She wondered if he really could read her thoughts. If so, he would have known how unhappy she really felt. But as the throng of guests filed past her, his lean and handsome face was not amongst them, and she did not know whether to be pleased or sad that he was not there. When the evening came to an end, she and Mamma rode back to Mayfair together. Mr Shawcroft had gone to Lord Buxton's club to drink and play cards. "I am so very proud of you," Mamma sighed, taking Dorianna's hand and holding it tightly. "Of course, you are the most beautiful of the débutantes, but who would have thought you would be engaged after your very first soirée, and to such an eligible, wealthy young man?" Dorianna squeezed Mamma's hand, hoping that her face could not be seen in the darkness of the carriage, as a tear had escaped her eye and was trickling down her cheek. "But you are so quiet, my darling. I hope you are happy. I must say Lord Buxton is not exactly the beau I would have imagined for you, but Neville tells me he is a most kind and generous young gentleman." Dorianna swallowed, struggling to keep her voice from trembling. Yes, he is, Mamma. He is going to be a good friend to us, and I believe that all our problems at Ashburton Hall are now at an end." "Oh, but Dorianna," Mamma sounded anxious and flustered. "That's not the only reason you have accepted him, surely. Don't you like him?" "Of course, dear Mamma. Of course I do," whispered Dorianna, wiping tears away with her free hand. Her mamma had sounded so happy that she could not bear to spoil her pleasure and happiness. It was obviously a relief that her daughter would become the wife of such a rich man. "Of course I like him, Mamma," Dorianna said again. "I am glad I am going to marry Lord Buxton." And she sat back on her seat as the carriage rattled over the cobblestones on its way to Mayfair. And now the day of the wedding was almost upon them. Dorianna clung to her mamma, and her heart ached unbearably as she heard her say again, "Promise me, darling, that you will not go through with this if it is not what you really want." "Don't worry, Mamma. It will be all right." They held each other tightly for a moment until the sound of hooves and iron wheels crunching over the gravel could be heard. The carriage was going round to the front, ready to transport them to Kent. The time had finally come to leave Ashburton Hall. All the boxes and trunks were loaded on top of the carriage, and Mr Shawcroft sat in front with the coachman, smoking his endless, strong-smelling cigars, while Dorianna and Mamma sat inside. Dorianna pulled down the window for one last look at the graceful limestone front of Ashburton Hall. As they drove down the drive, the woodland garden came into view, and her heart stirred. Once again, she seemed to be crossing the shadowy glades in the silver moonlight, hearing the strange piping song coming from within the trees. And even though the sun was shining brightly, and everything seemed just as it did on any other day, Dorianna knew that something inside her had changed. From the heart of the wood, a soft, whispering voice reached her ears. "You shall be loved. You shall." She leaned back against the leather cushions of the carriage seat and closed her eyes, holding the words deep within her heart. Chapter 6. The carriage wheels rattled gaily over the road as Dorianna, Mamma and Steppapa were borne swiftly away from their familiar Hertfordshire countryside, travelling on southwards towards the county of Kent. For most of the journey, Dorianna felt calmer and almost happy. She could not forget the powerful feeling she had experienced as she had heard the mysterious voice from the woodland garden, or her dream that the statue of Aphrodite had come to life. "I am going to be loved," she whispered to herself as she gazed out of the carriage window at the sunlit fields. "That is exactly what I want, more than anything in the world. I don't know how it is going to come about, but I am going to be loved." After several hours they reached the River Thames, and the carriage was driven onto a ferry to be taken across the wide river and into Kent. Dorianna got down from the carriage and walked on the deck to stretch her legs as the breeze from the river tugged at her hair, blowing her dress into billowing folds. It was such a glorious feeling to be in the fresh air, looking out over the broad river, that her heart lifted. Just downstream from the ferry, she could see a big barge with red sails drifting eastwards towards the sea. "I wonder where it is going," she pondered, feeling exhilarated at the sight and wishing there was someone to share her thoughts with. She then remembered the Earl of Claremont again, the quiet, handsome gentleman who had joined her by the window at Lady Carrisfort's soirée. Somehow she just knew that he would have shared her joy in the glorious panorama of the river and sky, and in the sight of the barge which had moved out into the middle of the river and was picking up speed so that it seemed almost to be flying over the water to some exotic destination. Mr Shawcroft then coughed loudly, breaking into her reverie, and she caught a whiff of his acrid cigar smoke. He looked down from his perch on the front seat of the carriage, squinting at her in the bright sunlight. "Mind you don't take a chill, young lady. You don't want to be under the weather for your wedding day." He chuckled away to himself, smiling his lopsided smile. The joy of the moment was instantly gone. Dorianna felt heavy and sad. "There is no going back now," she reflected. "I am setting out on the voyage of my life as a married woman, and I wish that I would be on that barge, sailing out to the open ocean, for I think I would be happier if I did not know where I was going." "We are almost there. Once we reach the other side of the river," Mr Shawcroft was saying. "Just a couple more hours, and we will be at Rouston Hall." Dorianna's heart contracted. So it was a matter of hours before she would have to see Lord Buxton, feel his hot hands on hers, and listen to his loud, foolish voice. The barge with the red sails was moving downriver, swift as a bird, but Dorianna could not bear to see it go. She climbed back inside the carriage, reluctantly. "My darling daughter, what is it?" Mamma reached out and took her hand. "It is just the cold wind, Mamma," Dorianna replied, wiping a tear from her cheek. She took a deep breath to steady herself and smiled. "Do you know, we are almost there." They heard the crunch of the ferry docking against the wharf on the south bank of the river. And then the carriage wheels were rumbling over the Kentish road that would take them to Rouston Hall. "Well, Dorianna, tell me, what do you think of your new home?" asked Mr Shawcroft as he helped her down from the carriage. "You couldn't ask for a bigger nor more impressive house in which you start your married life." "But Ashburton Hall is so much prettier," she thought, as she gazed at the imposing red brick towers and gables of Rouston Hall. As she stepped down onto the paving stones outside the entrance, she heard Lord Buxton's high voice shouting and saw him running out of the front door towards her. And she longed to creep back into the carriage and curl up, hidden among the leather cushions. "My angel," he squawked, seizing her hand in his, smothering it in hot, wet kisses. "How long you have kept poor me waiting." Dorianna looked at the carriage horses, which stood on the terrace, with their heads hanging low and their sides dripping with sweat after their long journey. "We came as quickly as we could," she said, as she tried to pull her hand away from his. "Oh, but look, here are all the servants come out to have a look at you. And there is Mother coming as well. What a nuisance." Lord Buxton's pink cheeks drooped, and he looked like a naughty schoolboy. An extended line of neatly dressed maids in white aprons and another line of footmen in blue livery stood on each side of the door, so that Dorianna would have to walk between them to enter the house. And then, preceded by a stately old butler and a tall housekeeper in a huge white cape, a portly woman dressed in black and leaning on a stick came out of the door. It was the dowager, Lady Buxton. "Well, you have indeed taken your time," she stated in a heavy tone, coming slowly up to Dorianna and staring at her with large, watery eyes. "We will have to delay dinner, which is extremely inconvenient. Mrs. Jameson, show her to her room."
The housekeeper stepped forward, but Lord Buxton pushed her aside. "No," he cried out petulantly. "Mamma, I've got to show her the present first." "Roland, you are being quite absurd. You almost knocked Mrs. Jamieson over," countered Lady Buxton, her voice sounding deeper and more resonant than her son's. "Oh, who cares about a silly old housekeeper?" His face turned purple as he confronted his mother. "I have to show Dorianna her present. Jackson has only just arrived with it, and I'm not going to wait another minute before I give it to her." Lady Buxton pursed her lips. "Absolutely ridiculous," she muttered. "Infatuation, that is what it is." And she gave Dorianna a black look and stalked back into the house. "Quickly now," Lord Buxton was tugging hard at Dorianna's hand. "Oh, do come too, Shawcroft. I know you will like it very well too." He almost ran along the terrace, pulling Dorianna after him. "Quick, quick, come," he cried out like an excited child, "before they put her away." Ahead of them, Dorianna could see a clock tower, and under it the arched gateway that led into a stable yard. A large covered van, drawn by 2 Shire horses, was parked on the cobbles of the yard. A grey bearded man wearing a cap was lowering a ramp at the back of the van. "Come up here now," the bearded man called as he stepped inside the van. He then reappeared, holding a rope and leading a slim, dark grey mare down the ramp. "Oh, how lovely!" Dorianna could not help crying, as the mare looked round nervously with its large brown eyes. "She is almost like a deer." "Let's hope she runs as fast as one," Mr. Shawcroft remarked with a sly look at Lord Buxton. He reached out and clapped the mare on her neck, and she threw up her head and backed away from him. "Well done, Jackson," Lord Buxton was saying to the grey-bearded man. "What a beauty, and it seems my bride approves." Mr. Jackson touched his cap politely. "Thank you, my lord. She is a real beauty, and with her breeding, she should win you many prizes on the turf." Dorianna felt a pang of sadness. Just like her, the grey mare was expected to do what others wanted her to do. She looked as if she would rather be roaming free in a green field, feeling the sun on her back and enjoying the peaceful shade of a great oak tree, rather than being locked up in a stable and then forced to run long, hard races. "What is her name?" she asked the bearded man, stepping closer so that she could pat the mare's velvet shoulder. "Lady Atalanta," Mr. Jackson replied. "Well, let's hope that she can run just as fast as her mythological namesake," added Mr. Shawcroft. "She'd better," Lord Buxton gave a hooting laugh. "My trainer will give her what for if she doesn't." Dorianna heard a polite cough and looked round to see Mrs. Jamieson standing behind her. "If you are ready, my lady, I will show you to your room. The maid has already begun unpacking your things." Mr. Jackson was now leading Lady Atalanta into her stable, and Mr. Shawcroft and Lord Buxton were following, discussing if she would win the Oaks or the 1,000 guineas, or both. "Of course," replied Dorianna to the housekeeper, glad of the chance to slip away. The bedroom that had been allocated to Dorianna was large and gracious with tall windows and a high ceiling. It contained an enormous 4-poster bed and a great deal of ornately carved furniture made from dark, heavy wood. Every surface seemed to have a huge vase of lilies and roses on it, and the strong scent of the flowers that filled the room made Dorianna feel quite faint. A pretty young girl in a maid's uniform came up to her and curtsied. "Good evening, my lady. I've been sent to look after you and make sure that you have everything you need." She had a thin face with a pointed chin, and Dorianna could see that she had fair hair neatly tucked under her cap. "She's so very young," thought Dorianna, "almost the same age as I am." She asked the maid for her name. The girl blushed. "Audrey, my lady," she replied, twisting her hands together nervously. "I have laid out some things you might like to wear for dinner, my lady, if you would care to look at them." She chose a peach satin gown and a white cashmere stole from the selection of evening dresses, and allowed the maid to help her dress.
Then she walked to the dressing table so that Audrey could arrange her hair. Dorianna's face shone pale in the mirror, and then as Audrey came into view leaning over her, she gave a gasp. "She looks just like me," she reflected in surprise. Although Audrey was thinner and paler, they could almost have been sisters with the same heart-shaped faces and pale, silvery fair hair, although she looked tired. "Is this a good place for you to work, Audrey? Are you happy here?" Dorianna asked her, looking at the dark shadows under the maid's eyes. Audrey looked anxious. Yes, it is, my lady. But I would—" She fell silent, looking down and pulling the brush gently through Dorianna's hair. "What is it, Audrey? I should not talk like this with you, my lady," she mumbled in reply. "I know we have only just met, but I am all alone here, Audrey, and I need a friend. If anything is troubling you, please tell me, and I promise I will not tell a soul." "But you are going to be married," cried Audrey, her eyes wide in surprise. "How can you feel all on your own?" Tears sprang up in Dorianna's eyes. "I have never felt so alone in my life," she said, her voice trembling. "I would give anything not to have to go through with it, to just be able to go back home again and be free. But I can't. Oh, that's terrible." Audrey laid a gentle hand on Dorianna's shoulder. "I can't imagine what it must be like. I would be the happiest woman in the world if I could marry my Joshua. But why can't you?" She took Audrey's hand and turned from the mirror to face her. "Do you love him?" Audrey nodded shyly with a tender secret look that was almost like the unreadable expression Dorianna had seen on Aphrodite's marble face. "He loves me too," she whispered. "Oh, so much." "Then you should marry him right away. Isn't it the most important thing in the world, to love and be loved?" "I believe, well, I know it is, my lady," said Audrey, and she looked down, her cheeks pink with embarrassment. "But we have no money and nowhere to live. We must wait until we have made enough to set up home together. I have my job here, and Josh is in the service in Gravesend, so at least we have the means to earn and to save what we can. I am sorry, Audrey. I did not mean to pry. I hope you will be able to get married very soon." She turned back to the mirror so that Audrey could continue brushing. "Thank you, my lady. It will be at least 2 years, I think, if we are careful and patient." Dorianna's heart felt heavy at the thought of the two lovers longing to be together and yet having to wait and to be apart, working and almost never able to see each other. She must do what she could to help them. "Audrey, I will ask to keep you as my lady's maid, for I would love to have you to talk to and to confide in when I am married. Would you like that?" Over her shoulder she saw Audrey break into a smile. "Yes, my lady, I would like that very much," she responded, her eyes shining. The dining room at Ashburton Hall was immense with dark panelled walls of polished wood. Along the refectory table, pyramids of flowers and fruits had been arranged with what looked like a live grapevine growing down the centre, bunches of grapes sprouting forth in front of each seat. Dorianna felt giddy as she walked into the room on Lord Buxton's arm and had to catch her breath. "Spectacular, isn't it?" he crowed, crushing her hand against him. "Nothing but the best for you, my wife-to-be?" He looked as if he was about to say something else, but then he bit his lip and chuckled to himself. It was impossible for Dorianna to eat anything. The scent of the flowers was so strong, and there were so many candles burning along the table that there seemed to be no air in the room. Lady Buxton was seated at the head of the table next to Dorianna. "Do you not care for your soul?" she asked in her deep, booming voice. "It is locally caught, you know. You will not find finer fish the breadth of the county." "Thank you. It's delicious," said Dorianna quickly, and forced a forkful of the sole into her mouth. The rich, heavy sauce made her stomach turn. "A finicky eater," Lady Buxton sniffed
and turned to speak to her son. Carefully moving her food around on her plate so that it looked as if she had eaten some of it, Dorianna tried to catch her mamma's eye on the other side of the table. But a large silver urn filled with lilies stood between them, and mamma did not notice her. When dinner was almost over, Lord Buxton rose to his feet, his face red and shiny from the wine he had drunk. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear mother." He swayed as he spoke, and his words were slightly slurred. "I have a most momentous announcement to make to you." Thank goodness dinner is almost over, Dorianna thought, and then her heart turned to ice inside her as she heard Lord Buxton's next words. "The wedding, yes, our wedding," he raised his wineglass to Dorianna, "is taking place tomorrow." He was still speaking, explaining that as everything was ready and the ceremony would take place in the chapel at Ashburton Hall, there was really no need to wait until the day after tomorrow, as they had originally planned. But Dorianna could hardly hear him for the ringing in her ears. Lord Buxton sat down heavily with a wide grin on his face, and beside her she could see Lady Buxton giving her disapproving look. "Bring the girl some smelling salts," the dowager growled. "She looks about to pass out. That's what comes from picking at your food." And she rose and left the table with an angry rustle of her heavy silk skirts. Dorianna had just enough strength to get to her feet, and with mamma's help make her way up the wide purple carpeted staircase to her room. "My darling, I have never seen you so pale," mamma exclaimed. "How I now wish you had never agreed to this marriage. I cannot bear to see you like this." "It is just the shock, mamma. I thought I still had a couple of days." Dorianna's voice stuck in her throat as they climbed the stairs together, arm in arm. "Oh, what is to be done?" Mamma's arm trembled. "For now we are here under their roof. It is so difficult." At the top of the stairs, a broad ray of moonlight was shining through the tall landing window. As Dorianna stepped into the pool of silver light, she felt her head beginning to clear. It was as if a fresh breeze had sprung up and was blowing away her dizziness and her fear, replacing it with the calm and happiness she had felt the morning she left home. The voice from the woodland was speaking to her again, deep inside her heart, calling her back to the magical garden, to the magical statues, and the gentle little deer, so that she felt safe and loved in spite of everything that was happening all around her. Outside the bedroom door, Dorianna took hold of her mamma's hands. "I am feeling better now, mamma. I don't know why, but I think that everything is going to be all right. Please, whatever happens, don't worry about me, will you?" Mamma looked into her daughter's eyes. "You are a brave girl, and I do believe that all will be well, whatever happens to you. But my dearest wish is for you to be happy, Dorianna." They clung to each other for a brief moment, and then Dorianna went into the bedroom. Audrey came to meet her, tucking a stray strand of hair back under her cap. "My lady, I'm sorry. I thought that you would be much longer over dinner. I haven't had time to lay out your night dress." "Don't worry, Audrey. We have something much more important to think about. It has now been arranged that I am going to be married tomorrow. So we have work to do. We have to get everything ready. My wedding gown and the veil. Oh, and there is so little time." "But I thought it was to be the day after tomorrow." "I know," said Dorianna, and she felt the corners of her mouth turn down at the thought. "But Lord Buxton wants it to be tomorrow. So, there we are." She sat down on the edge of the giant four-poster bed and willed herself not to cry. "You will find the wedding gown in that very large trunk over there," she indicated, hoping that Audrey could not hear her voice trembling. The maid opened the trunk, lifted out the long white gown, and shook out the folds of silk. "I will need to hang it, my lady, for there are some creases from the packing." Whatever's the matter?"
Dorianna had lost her battle to keep from crying, and the tears were streaming down her cheeks. She was so upset that for a while she could not speak. "But look, my lady, no one in the world has ever worn such a beautiful gown as this." Audrey held up the wedding dress against herself, trying to cheer up Dorianna with its beauty. Look how it will hang when you wear it. You will seem like an angel in white." Dorianna looked up at the young maid, at her pretty heart-shaped face above the white silk of the dress, and at her golden hair peeping out from under the cap. Audrey would indeed make a lovely bride when her own wedding day came. Suddenly, an image swam before Dorianna's eyes, a vision of another woman, her own mamma on her wedding day, hidden and unrecognizable behind the heavy folds of her veil. "Audrey," she cried, jumping to her feet. "Put the dress on." No, my lady. No, I couldn't." Audrey stepped back in confusion, her face pink with shock. "You must. Please, just try it on." And as Audrey hesitatingly stepped into the wedding dress and slid her arms into the sleeves, she leapt up and ran over to the big trunk, pulling out the veil. "Why, what are you doing, my lady?" she cried through the thick folds of net as Dorianna pulled off her cap and tossed the veil over her head. Her heart was pounding with excitement. The young maid was completely invisible behind the wedding veil. She was the perfect image of an aristocratic young lady on her wedding day. The only sign of anyone beneath the rich flounces of silk and net was a glimpse of golden hair where the veil was fastened, exactly the same colour as Dorianna's. "Audrey," whispered Dorianna, lifting the veil so that she could see the maid's face. "Will you take my place in the chapel tomorrow?" Chapter 7. "What are you saying, my lady?" gasped Audrey, brushing the veil aside. Her eyes were wide with instant shock, and she was trembling so much that the rich satin of the wedding gown shimmered like a white waterfall all around her. "I cannot marry Lord Buxton." She clutched at Dorianna's wrists in terror, and her hands felt so rough and chapped, making her think of how hard she must have worked for most of her young life. "No, Audrey, of course you can't. That is not what I mean at all." "Then whatever are you saying?" cried Audrey, as tears trickled down her face. "I don't understand. Are you making fun of me?" No, not at all. Let me tell you just what I am thinking." Dorianna led Audrey over so they could sit side by side on the four-poster bed. "I cannot go through with this wedding," she said, and as soon as the words were spoken, she felt her heart grow lighter. "I cannot marry this man, Lord Buxton." Audrey looked at her, her blue eyes swimming with tears. "Oh, my poor lady," she breathed. "I have never known love," Dorianna went on, her voice unsteady. "But I do know that you have, and I can see when you speak of your Joshua that you love him deeply and that he is the only one for you." "That's right, my lady." Audrey brushed the tears from her cheeks. She was looking calmer now. "I will never marry another if I cannot have him. Somewhere, Audrey, there must be someone like him for me, don't you think?" Dorianna asked, her heart beating fast. "Yes, my lady, there will be, and you will know, as soon as you find him, that he is your true love, and you are his. So, that is exactly why I cannot marry Lord Buxton tomorrow." She took a deep breath, trying not to feel afraid as she thought of what she was about to embark on. "I'm going to run away, Audrey. I know that is a terrible thing to do, but it is the only way." "Where would you go?" Audrey twisted her hands together nervously. "What will you do?" "I just don't know, but anything will be better than being trapped in a marriage with a man I do not love. I would do anything to help you, my lady. But—" Audrey looked very frightened, and Dorianna took her hand and held it tightly. "I cannot do it without you. If you will put on this wedding dress and the veil tomorrow and go to the chapel in my place, That will give me enough time to get away, for everyone will believe that the ceremony is going ahead as planned, and no one will know I have gone. But, Audrey was now shaking with terror. And as you arrive at the altar, and the vicar asks if anyone has any objection to the marriage, you raise the veil and show your face to reveal your true identity. But, my lady, what will become of me? They will throw me in prison for impersonating you. Audrey jumped to her feet and pulled her arms out of the sleeves of the wedding gown, letting it fall to the floor in a cascade of gleaming satin. Audrey, you must tell them that I forced you to do it. You are my maid. You can tell them that I beat you and threatened you. Anything you like. Even if they believe you, my lady, I will lose my job. They will throw me out without a reference, and how will I ever find another place to work? And then Josh and I will never marry. How will I earn any money? Audrey was clearly deeply distressed, and Dorianna then felt ashamed of herself for not thinking more carefully about the consequences of her plan. She went over to the trunk that contained her night things and found the envelope with Mr. Bentley's money. Audrey, oh, I am so sorry. I have not been thoughtful of you. Of course, I am asking you to do something which is risky and will certainly mean you will lose your job. I really do want to help you, but it will be the end of everything, murmured Audrey, looking as if she was about to cry again. If it meant that you could marry Joshua right away, instead of waiting for 2 years, would you do it for me? Yes. Yes, I suppose I would. Audrey still looked apprehensive. Because I may be able to help you to do so. I don't know how much money you might save in a year. Why, Lady Buxton pays us £25, and I spend as little as I can. Then look, take this. Dorianna counted out 20 of the notes that Mr. Bentley had given her. Will that be enough for you and Joshua to set up home right away? Audrey's face turned scarlet as she took the notes from Dorianna. £100? But this is a vast fortune, she breathed. It is ever so much more than enough. Will you do it for me, Audrey? Could you? Dorianna's heart was beating faster and faster, and she thought that she might choke. The maid turned the money over in her work-worn hands, staring at it as if she did not believe it was real. Then she looked up at Dorianna, her blue eyes shining. I will, my lady. She pressed the notes to her heart. I don't know how I shall be able to walk down the aisle to stand in front of all those people and reveal myself. But if it means that Josh and I can be together, then...
Då kör vi stryktipsquizet. Vilket lag vann sista säsongen av den gamla First Division?
United eller?
Vadå United? West Ham eller Carlisle?
Det finns bara ett United.
Svaret är Leeds United.
Stryktipset. Ett spel från Svenska Spel, Sport och Casino för dig över 18 år. Stödlinjen.se. See you on Saturday.
Then I'll do it. Dorianna felt a pang of envy as she saw the joy and happiness glowing on Audrey's face. Whatever must it be like, she thought to herself, to love someone as much as she loves Josh. But, my lady, Audrey was saying, you cannot give me so much money. What will you do for yourself? I have some left over. An old family friend gave me a generous gift when he heard I was to be married. He said it was a good thing for a woman to have a little bit of independence. What would he have thought if he had known just how much independence she was going to have, that she might be entirely alone in the world, a fugitive in hiding from all who knew her? Are you all right, my lady? Now, frantic panic rose in Dorianna's heart, and she clutched her head in both hands as she tried to come to terms with what she was about to do. What will happen to me, Audrey? How will I get away? What if they come after me and find me? Audrey frowned. You must go tonight, as that will give you a good start. The moon is almost full, so you will be able to see your way ahead. But I don't even know the countryside around here. How will I know where I am going? Dorianna pleaded, all her courage and excitement draining away, leaving her limbs feeling weak and shivery. I don't believe I can do it.
Audrey put her arms around her for a moment and gave her a hug. Then she jumped up from the bed and hurried to the door, stepping over the fallen wedding gown. "If you wait here, my lady, I have an idea." "Where are you going?" cried Dorianna, suddenly afraid to be left on her own. "I'm going to speak to my uncle, my lady. He's a kind man with a good heart, and he may help you." "No, no, Audrey. How do you know that you can trust him? What if he betrays me and tells Lord Buxton I am planning to run away?" "I don't believe he would ever do that." "I don't even know your uncle, so why should he help me?" "But then you do know him, my lady. You met him today. He's Mr. Jackson, the horse dealer." Dorianna caught her breath in surprise. So the kindly man with the beard is Audrey's uncle. She had liked him intuitively, even though he was a horse dealer, as he had been so gentle and quiet with Lady Atalanta, the nervous thoroughbred mare. "Let me at least speak to him," Audrey was saying. "As if he cannot help, I'm sure he will keep silent about your plan, and I fear you will soon be caught if you try to escape on your own." "All right," agreed Dorianna, and Audrey ran out of the bedroom, hastily fastening her apron and pinning her white cap back onto her head. Once on her own, Dorianna rummaged through her trunks, pulling out a dark woolen dress and a pair of stout boots to keep her warm on her journey into the unknown. She quickly packed up a carpet bag with a few other clothes, including the pink dress with the vine leaf pattern her dear papa had given her long ago. It was old now, but she loved it, and it was almost the only thing she possessed that had not been given to her by Lord Buxton. She was just fastening the carpet bag when Audrey returned, red in the face. "He says he will do it, my lady," she cried, panting for breath. "I told him that you could not go through with the wedding, and that you had to run away, but you really must leave at once." "I am ready," replied Dorianna, and asked Audrey to help her put on the blue dress and lace up her boots. "Why, you're freezing cold," remarked Audrey as she touched Dorianna's hand. "Are you afraid?" "I'm terrified, but I have to go. I cannot stay and be married to Lord Buxton." "I'm frightened too," admitted Audrey. "I cannot bear to think of the moment tomorrow when they see that it is me standing in front of the altar and not you." "Remember what I said," Dorianna told her. "You must pretend that it is all my fault and that I forced you. They will be angry, but they will believe you, I am sure. They will throw you out of the house, but you have the money, and you can go straight to Josh and tell him that you can be married." Audrey smiled at her, her eyes lighting up again at the thought of the man she loved. Then she said, "My lady, we are forgetting something. I have to get dressed for the wedding, and I have no one to help me." Dorianna laughed. "I will do it for you, but you will have to wear your wedding finery all through the night. I would never sleep a wink anyway, as I'll be so nervous, and when I'm not feeling afraid, I'll be thinking about Josh and how happy he'll be when he sees me." Dorianna then helped her into the wedding gown, this time fastening all the hooks at the back carefully. "You will have to sit very still all night," she said, "or you will look all crumpled when you go to the chapel. Shall I fix the veil for you?" "No, I can do that myself. But what about the shoes?" She slid the white satin shoes onto Audrey's feet. "Oh, ouch! They are a tight fit. I will have a job not to limp into the chapel." "Sit on the sofa and put your feet up. You have been on your feet all day, so once you have rested them well, the shoes will be much more comfortable." "Oh, thank you. I'd not thought of that. I'm just not used to sitting like a lady," said Audrey, lowering herself carefully onto the sofa so as not to crease the white satin. "You must go now, my lady. I can't believe that I may never see you again." The two girls looked at each other for a while, each feeling fearful of what was to come, and each knowing that life would now never be the same for either of them. "Good luck, Audrey. I cannot thank you enough for what you are doing for me." She went over to the trunk that contained her night clothes and pulled out the nightgown with lace butterflies. "Take this for your trousseau. I am sure that no one will miss it, and it is so fine and delicate that you can easily hide it in your bag." "Oh, Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you. I never thought I should have such a thing for myself. But you must go. You will find my uncle at the entrance to the stable yard. He'll be waiting for you." Dorianna grabbed the carpet bag and ran to the door. She then looked back at Audrey, sitting on the sofa in the wedding gown, and it was just as if she was leaving the ghost of herself behind. "Goodbye, Audrey. Good luck. And be happy," she called out, and then closed the door behind her as she took her first steps to freedom. Dorianna crept silently over to the archway that led into the stable yard. It was pitch dark in the shadows, and she could see nothing. Then, over the pounding of her heart, she heard the scraping of a horse's shoe on the cobblestones, and a man's voice called softly. "Hello there!" It was Mr. Jackson. The outline of his cap was just visible in the faint light, coming from a flickering lamp burning over the door to the tack-room. He came forward to greet Dorianna and to take the heavy carpet bag from her. "Did you see anyone as you left?" he muttered. "No, there was no one about. Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson, for helping me." She struggled to keep her voice from trembling. "Don't thank me yet. We have a long way to go before we are safe. I've told the grooms I have business at my yard tomorrow morning, so I'm setting out tonight. They will not be surprised when they hear us leave." "Where will you take me, Mr. Jackson? I must get as far away as I possibly can, as once they find out at the wedding that I am not there, they will certainly come after me." Her whole being was just aching to be on the move and leave the forbidding walls of Ashburton Hall behind her. "I'll take you to the coast," Mr. Jackson suggested, "as I think you will be best heading for the continent if you didn't want anyone to find you." "Yes, oh yes, that will be wonderful," cried Dorianna, her mind spinning at the thought. The continent! She had never been abroad. What would it be like? How would she survive? "I can speak a little French and a little Italian," she comforted herself. "All will be well, and at least I will be safe there, as no one will know who I am. Let's go at once, and thank you so very much, Mr. Jackson, for what you are doing." Now that her eyes were more used to the dark, she could see the bulky square shape of his horsebox waiting under the archway with two shire horses standing patiently in front of it. Suddenly, a worrying thought struck Dorianna. "Mr. Jackson, if we are caught, you will be in great trouble. I am so very desperate to get away that I had not thought of that." Mr. Jackson grunted. "I'm not a gambling man, my lady, but I do enjoy beating the odds and taking a little risk now and then. I think we will get away with it." He led Dorianna to a small door at the side of the horsebox and opened it up. "Climb inside, my lady. I've put clean straw in, and if anyone does stop us, why, I will tell them that you're stowaway and that you crept in without me knowing." "Oh, how clever of you. I couldn't bear it if you should be blamed for my escape," whispered Dorianna as she climbed up into the horsebox. The straw rustled around her ankles, and there was a strong smell of hay and horses. "You had best be sitting down when we leave, my lady," Mr. Jackson was saying, "as the old box does roll around a bit on the road." He closed the door, leaving Dorianna completely in the dark. She sat down on a pile of the crisp, clean straw. Faintly through the walls of the box, she heard Mr. Jackson click his teeth, and then there was a rumble of wheels over cobblestones, and the vehicle began to sway. They were on their way. Dorianna sat still in the dark, hugging her knees and thinking how strange it was that the last occupant of this horsebox was a racehorse, the lovely grey mare, Lady Atalanta. I wonder how she felt on her journey, poor thing. Did she ever wonder where she was going, and if she would be well cared for when she arrived? Thought Dorianna. At least it is my choice to be here now, and I have a chance of freedom and happiness at the other end. The horsebox trundled over the stony road, rocking like a rowing boat, and she found herself yawning deeply. She lay down in the straw that made a comfortable if somewhat prickly bed, and fell into an exhausted sleep. All was very still and quiet when she woke. Soft, pearly daylight was shining in through the open back door of the horsebox. Dorianna felt shivery,
and for a moment she could not recall where she was, and then she saw her woolen dress covered in pieces of straw.
Quick now, my lady, the sun is up and we must keep going.
Mr. Jackson leaned in through the door. A thick scarf was around his neck, and a long carriage whip in his hand. Dorianna sat up. "Are we at the coast?" she asked, blowing on her cold fingertips and brushing the straw from her skirts.
"We are at my yard. We'll leave the box here and take my chaise down to the port. It'll be quicker."
He helped Dorianna climb out of the horse-box, and then transferred herself and her bag into a smart open chaise pulled by a lean black horse. All around them were green painted stable doors, some with horses' heads looking over them. Tubs of flowers were growing outside a small stone cottage, and as she settled herself into the chaise, a plump woman came out of the cottage and gave her a bowl of hot coffee and a piece of warm bread.
"There you are, my dear," she said. "You'll be cold and hungry, and you've a long journey ahead. Take good care of her, Jim, and find her a nice safe ship to take her over the water."
The chaise lurched as Mr. Jackson jumped up.
"I will, Mrs. J, don't you worry. And remember, I've gone out on business if anyone should ask."
Mrs. Jackson smiled and put a finger to her lips. She waved gaily as her husband cracked the whip and the chaise rattled out of the yard. Dorianna caught her breath in delight as she saw a wide, flat plain stretching away in front of them, gleaming silver and blue in the early morning light. "These summer mornings in the marsh can be very chill," muttered Mr. Jackson, pulling up his scarf. "But it's so beautiful. I've never seen anything like it."
But it's not to everyone's taste, my lady. But them that loves the marsh, they think it's the best place in the whole world. It's almost like a separate little country, hidden away down here on the south coast."
As they flew along the narrow road, which wound its way through rushes and silvery willow trees, Dorianna looked back at the high ground they were leaving behind. In the distance, she could see a large white house on top of a small hill. Its walls shone almost golden in the early morning light, and it was surrounded by graceful trees and rolling parkland. "Who lives up there?" she asked.
"That be Uplands Park. It belongs to a very learned man, a great scholar, I believe."
"It's even lovelier than Ashburton Hall," Dorianna thought, so surprised that she should think anywhere could be finer than her home. She imagined a wide library with tall bookshelves, and an old man in thick spectacles bent over his desk as he studied the pages of an ancient tome.
"There's no one there at present," Mr. Jackson was saying, "for his lordship has gone abroad for his studies."
He shook the reins, urging the horse to go faster.
"Now, my lady, when we reach the port, you'll see there'll be a good number of ships there ready to leave, and I'll make inquiries for you as to which might be the best to take you over to the continent."
"You're very kind, and your wife too." She drank the last drop of coffee from the bowl.
Mr. Jackson smiled, his weather-beaten face lighting up. "My Duchess, that's what she is."
"You must love her very much," added Dorianna, feeling a tightness round her heart. "I've never been loved, but it must be the most important thing in the whole wide world. That's why I had to leave. I couldn't," she confided, and found herself beginning to cry. Mr. Jackson reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a red and white spotted handkerchief.
"I'd be nowhere without Mrs. J," he said, looking steadily forward at the road ahead, before continuing. "Life is far too short to be unhappy. I saw yesterday how miserable you were, and wondered how you might get on, hitched up to that young man, Lord Buxton, for the pair of you are like chalk and cheese."
"Yes," gasped Dorianna. "He's such a silly goose. I just couldn't marry him. And now, what will become of me?"
"We all have to take our chances. You're a clever girl with all your wits about you, and Audrey told me you have a little bit of money. You have made a bold leap to be free, and now you are out in the world. You will find your way, I'm sure."
His words made Dorianna feel much calmer. She took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. Then she told him how she had thought about Lady Atalanta as she sat in the horse-box the night before. "What will become of her, do you think?
I felt so sorry for her last night, at the mercy of those thoughtless, cruel men who just want to make money out of her. I'll keep an eye on her, never fear. I've known that one since she were a wee foal, and I wouldn't want her to come to no harm. If she wins her races, nothing will be too good for her. She'll be treated like a queen. If she fails and cannot win, then they won't want her, and I'll take her back and find her a good home, where she can run in the fields and raise fine foals of her own. You are a kind man, and being with you makes me realize that there must be others like you in the world. I am not so afraid of setting out now, all on my own. The chaise raced along the road, and soon they were approaching a small town with black and white buildings clustered around a windmill and a church. "Is that the port?" Dorianna asked, but Mr. Jackson kept on driving, urging the horse down the road which ran along the bank of a river. "We'll keep well out of the town, my lady. It's still early, but the fewer people that sees us, the better." Now the wonderful salt smell of the sea was filling Dorianna's nose, and as they turned a bend in the road, she saw some more buildings and a wide expanse of dark blue stretching away to the horizon. Soon she would be far away on the other side of the water, and she felt a pang of sadness as she remembered her mamma left behind at Ashburton Hall. "I hope that all will be well for my mamma," she thought, "and that Mr. Shawcroft will understand that it was all my fault, and that she knew nothing of my plan to run away." She thought too of Audrey, and prayed with all her heart that her scheme had worked out in the chapel, and that she was now safely in the arms of her beloved Joshua, planning their wedding. Mr. Jackson pulled the horse to a stop by the edge of the water. They had come to the port at last, but there were no ship's masts or sails to be seen anywhere. The harbour was empty. "What has happened?" cried Dorianna. "I thought there would be plenty of ships to choose from." "We're too late," Mr. Jackson replied, his face grim with disappointment. "We've missed the tide." Chapter 8. "The high tide has come and gone. I thought we were in good time, but I was wrong, look." Mr. Jackson pointed out to sea. A cluster of sails could just be seen speeding away from the land. Dorianna's heart sank as she watched her hopes of immediate escape disappearing towards the horizon. "Looks like you'll have to swim for it, my lady, for I don't see how else you'll get to the continent today." "Is there any other port we could go to?" she asked him in desperation. Mr. Jackson sighed. "There is, a few miles up the coast, but like as not we'll find the same, as the tide will have turned there too, and any ship leaving this morning will have sailed." "Can't we at least try?" she implored, looking at the deserted buildings that surrounded the harbour. There was nowhere to hide here, and she knew that she should leave Mr. Jackson as soon as possible. If they were discovered together, the consequences for him could be serious. All of a sudden, she heard a familiar rhythmic puffing noise coming from somewhere upriver. Her heart gave a bound of joy. "Listen to that. I don't need to be a burden to you any more, Mr. Jackson. I will take the train." Mr. Jackson looked at her with a worried frown. "Train?" he queried. "There's no train about here." "Can't you hear it?" Mr. Jackson cupped a hand behind his ear and then broke into a smile. "That ain't no train, my lady." He pointed at the bend in the river. "Look there, and you'll just see what that is." The puffing noise grew louder, and as she watched, the slim, pointed prow of a boat slid into view between the high banks of the river. "What on earth is it?" she gasped. The boat was moving swiftly, but in spite of two tall wooden masts, there were no sails to catch the wind. Instead, from a short funnel in the centre of the boat, white puffs of smoke were rising up into the morning sky. "What a beautiful ship!" Dorianna exclaimed. The side of the boat was painted glossy white, with brass portholes, and on the deck was a row of neat wooden cabins, their windows gleaming in the sunshine. "It looks like a racehorse." She admired the long lean lines of the boat, and she could not have imagined that anything powered by steam could look so elegant. Mr. Jackson smiled. "It's the Athene. The learned gentleman I told you of earlier had it built last year so we could go travelling in it. I must say I'm surprised to see it today, as I thought he had left England several days ago." A tall man in blue uniform emerged from one of the buildings and ran down to the water, waving at the boat. "Oh, they are stopping!" she cried in delight as the puffing slowed and the boat drew close to the wharf. 2 sailors came out onto the deck and picked up coils of rope, ready to throw them ashore. When the Athene was safely tied up, a woman in a dark dress and cloak emerged from one of the cabins and spoke to the man in blue uniform. "Of course, Mrs. Farley," he replied. "The hampers of fruit are all ready for you." "She's the housekeeper from Uplands Park," Mr. Jackson whispered to Dorianna. "They must be taking on extra supplies for the voyage." The man in blue uniform was now staggering to the boat, carrying 2 immense wicker hampers, piled one on top of the other, which he passed over to the sailors. "Jackson?" the housekeeper called across from the boat. "What are you doing down here this morning?" "Good morning to you, Mrs. Farley," he responded cheerily. "How are you?" The woman sighed. Her lined skin was so pale it looked almost yellow. "Not so good, I fear," she replied. "I suffer most terribly at sea, even when we are still on the river. I begin to feel unwell, but I shall not grumble." "Oh, the poor woman," mumbled Dorianna. "My dear mamma was seasick when she crossed only to Jersey on her honeymoon, and she told me she had never felt so ill." "Wait here, will you?" said Mr. Jackson under his breath. "I have an idea." And he jumped down from the chaise and ran over to Mrs. Farley. They spoke together for several moments, and then Mr. Jackson came back. "Come, quickly," he called, taking Dorianna's arm. "Mrs. Farley has agreed to take you on as her assistant for the voyage." But Dorianna was shocked. "What will I have to do? Where is the boat going?" "I didn't ask," he replied, heaving the carpet bag on his shoulder. "But she is most respectable, and I'm sure you will come to no harm if she's in charge of you. I told her you are a young woman of good family, fallen on hard times, and that you are looking to find work with an English family abroad." "Thank you," muttered Dorianna, as she clasped Mr. Jackson's hand and stepped over the side of the Athene and onto the clean-scrubbed planks of the deck. He handed over her carpet-bag and stepped back, an anxious frown on his face. Dorianna smiled bravely back at him, clutching the handles of the carpet-bag, and he nodded to her, raising his hand in farewell. Immediately, the man in the blue uniform untied the ropes and hurled them back to the 2 sailors, and Dorianna felt the planks judder as the engines began to puff again. Mr. Jackson was climbing back into the chaise and turning his horse around. She waved fondly to him, praying it would not be discovered that he had helped her. "Well, miss," the housekeeper was saying, staring at Dorianna with cold green eyes, "you had better tell me your name." She must not know who I really am, she decided, and quickly gave the first name that came into her head. Dorothy, madam. Dorothy Dale." It was too difficult all at once to think of a different surname as well. "You look as if you've been working on a farm," replied Mrs. Farley, suspiciously regarding Dorianna's blue woolen dress, which still showed traces of straw. "I hope you've got good sea legs." The Athene was now pulling away from the wharf and heading out into the middle of the river, bouncing over the choppy waves. "Oh, yes, I have," answered Dorianna. She had never been to sea in her life, but the feeling of the Athene rising and falling under her feet like a living being was delightful. "I am sure that I am not going to be seasick," she thought, looking at Mrs. Farley's face, which was already turning greeny yellow. "Are we leaving now?" she asked. "Don't we have to wait for the tide?" "We are leaving now. Our crew is the best that can be found in these parts, and I'm sure they will navigate us safely out of this river, be it high tide or low. After all, we are just a pleasure yacht, not a great clipper ship." Mrs. Farley gave Dorianna a forbidding look. "I will show you to your cabin, Dorothy, and then I must proceed to the galley to supervise the preparations for luncheon." Dorianna followed her down a tiny metal staircase and along a narrow corridor to a cabin, her new home. There was a bunk bed, a small porcelain sink, and beyond the brass-rimmed porthole, a view of the riverbank gliding swiftly past. Once she had put her carpet-bag down, there was hardly room for Dorianna to take a single step in the little cabin, but it was neat and clean and felt welcoming. Mrs. Farley turned even greener, and for a moment she looked as if she were going to walk away. But she stopped in the doorway of the cabin with a stern look on her face. "I have done something most irregular, Dorothy, in taking you on board without consulting my employer. I'm thinking only of him, for if I become too unwell to wait on him, you will be here to replace me. But until such time as that may happen, I would ask you to keep out of the way." Yes, of course, Mrs. Farley. I shall remain quietly here in the cabin and await your instructions." The housekeeper gave a pale smile and left. Dorianna heard her feet rattle on the staircase, and then it was quiet, except for the distant puff of the yacht's steam engine. She climbed onto the bunk and then looked out of the porthole. The riverbank was gone, and she could see a myriad of green waves tossing up and down, some of them capped with white foam. A seagull flew past the porthole, turning its head to look in at her. Oh, this is so wonderful," she thought. "I just love being on this yacht." She remembered seeing the barge with the red sails setting off on the Thames, and how much she had wished she was on board, and now she was actually at sea. And she thought too of the Earl of Claremont, just for a moment. He was the sort of person who would love all this too, and share her joy in the waves and the wild seagulls. A little shiver of sadness passed through her as she realized how alone she was. "I must not allow myself to become miserable," she mused, "as this is the greatest adventure I have ever had." And then she lay back on the sofa cover of the bunk, and within an instant fell deeply asleep. When she awoke, the cabin was pitching and tossing around her. The porthole was drenched as the waves became much taller, slapping hard against it and breaking into cascades of bubbling foam. Among the thumping of the waves and the whistling of the wind, Dorianna could hear tapping at the cabin door. It was one of the young sailors she had seen at the harbour. "Afternoon, miss," he smiled at her. "You're needed for duty in the galley. Mrs. Farley has been taken poorly, and someone must take her place to serve tea. She's sent you this to wear." He handed her a pile of folded clothes and retreated along the narrow passageway. Dorianna felt rather relieved that her first task on board the Athene should be to serve tea. "I have done that so often at Ashburton Hall. I shall be able to discharge my duties with no difficulties," she thought proudly. She did not feel so proud when she realized that the pile of clothes was a maid's uniform, clearly intended for a much larger girl than herself. The black dress hung limply around her when she put it on. "I must not complain," she told herself. "At least I will be completely unrecognizable in this outfit." She peered at herself in the small mirror on the wall and adjusted the maid's cap. It was much too big, covering her hair completely and drooping down over her forehead. It was strange to think that only a short while ago Audrey had been disguised as an aristocratic lady, and now she, Dorianna, was dressed up in a maid's uniform. She made her way to the ship's galley, which was more like a passageway than a kitchen. Most of it was taken up by the chef, who was a very fat man indeed. He turned around to greet Dorianna, giving her a wide, toothless smile. "Kettle's boiling, my dear," he lisped. "You'll find all you need under there." And he pointed at a small white cupboard down by his feet. Somehow she managed to extract cups and plates from the cupboard and put them on the tray. "How very clever," she thought, as she noticed that there were neat holes in the bottom of the tray in which to fit the crockery and cutlery, so nothing would slide around when the yacht was moving. The chef passed her a silver teapot and then a silver bowl full of gleaming red cherries. "The Earl's favourite," he said to her. "Lucky the harbour master found them, as the cherries in the Earl's orchard aren't ready yet, and we're likely to be away long after they're finished." Dorianna found it quite hard to understand what he was saying, what with his lisp and the noise of the wind and waves, but the chef's round face was so kind, and his smile so broad that she could not help but like him. He guided her out from the galley, helping her to balance the tray, and then pointed her towards the stern of the ship. The passageway was so narrow that she had to lean against the walls to keep upright, as the floor was swaying wildly from side to side under her feet. At the end of the passageway, she found herself in a red-carpeted room with large sofas and tall bookshelves. If the floor had not been dipping and swaying as much, she might have thought she had walked into a library. A tall man with his back facing her was sitting at a desk. His hair was not grey as she had been expecting, but very dark and almost black. Why, he's not an old man, as I imagined, when Mr. Jackson told me about him. And as she approached with the tray, she saw that he was writing in a leather-bound journal. She was on the point of clearing her throat to catch his attention when the man turned round to look at her. It was the Earl of Claremont, the man who had stood near her at Lady Carrisfort's, the man who had been in her thoughts ever since. Dorianna gave a cry of shock, and the tray slid from her arms. The contents fell onto the carpet, spilling shiny red cherries everywhere and losing a flood of hot tea from the teapot. Before he could say anything to her, she fled out of the room, bumping from wall to wall along the passage and hurtling down metal steps until she was safely back inside her little cabin with the door tightly shut. Her heart was pounding as if it was about to leap right out of her body. How could this have happened? She had been so certain that the learned scholar Mr. Jackson had spoken of would be a short-sighted old man. So here she was, trapped on a boat in the middle of the sea, with the Earl. Would he recognize her? If he did, how could she possibly explain what she was doing dressed as a parlour-maid on his yacht? The last time he had seen her was in a London drawing-room at the heart of society, beautifully groomed and gowned, as befitted a debutante. Perhaps he will leave me alone, she whispered to herself. Perhaps he will think that I too am seasick, and that is why I dropped the tray. But she knew that was not the reason. The tea tray had fallen from her hands at the exact moment she saw who he was, as it had been an unbearable shock. I hardly looked at him or spoke to him that day at Lady Carrisfort's, she reflected, and yet I know his face so well. She closed her eyes so that she could see again his strong cheekbones and glowing dark eyes. A heavy thump at the door of her cabin broke into her reverie. It was the young sailor who had brought her the maid's uniform. "Are you all right, miss? His lordship sent me to inquire." "Yes, yes, I'm fine." She struggled to compose herself. "I just, it's the motion of the boat." "You were doing fine, so I thought, miss, though, through all this rough weather." "Yes," agreed Dorianna, trying not to look at him. It was just a bad moment." "Well, I've swabbed the decks in his lordship's study and made it shipshape, so a thank you would be nice." His face was right next to Dorianna's, and she felt uncomfortable, for he almost seemed to be waiting for her to give him a kiss. "Thank you, very much. I should have cleared it up, of course." She gave him a somewhat severe look, as much like Mrs. Farley's expression as she could manage, and he took a step back. "Well, you've only just come on board. I don't mind helping out this once. His lordship is asking for you to go up and speak to him when you're feeling better." Dorianna's legs almost gave way underneath her. "I can't," she thought. "I cannot see him again, not so soon." And yet, at the same time, she desperately wanted to see him. "Belay there," the gentleman exclaimed, catching her by the arm. "You nearly capsized yourself." "Please, I'm fine." Dorianna took a deep breath. The young sailor had clearly taken something of a fancy to her, and somehow she must push him out of her cabin. "I must go now, and apologise to his lordship for the accident with the tea tray." "Steady now," the sailor cried as she pushed past him. "It's one thing to throw the teapot at him, but you'll be falling down at his feet yourself if you go on like that." "If only you knew," thought Dorianna, "how afraid I am that is exactly what I might do if my legs don't stop trembling." She must try and not get too close to the Earl, must not meet his eyes, must play the part of the humble maid. If Audrey can pretend to be me, then surely I can keep up this disguise, and anyway, just why should the Earl remember me? I was only one of the many debutantes at the soirée, and he must meet and speak to girls all the time. She made her way gingerly back to the study, and then knocked apprehensively at the varnished door.
Through the 2 glass panes at the top of the door, she could see the Earl now sitting on one of the sofas. She heard him call to her to enter, and, keeping her eyes on the red carpet, she walked slowly in and stood in front of him, clasping her hands behind her back so that he could not see how much they were shaking. Even though she could not see him, she knew that he was scrutinizing her. She could feel his gaze touching her forehead as he tried to see her face. "I must not give myself away," she told herself. Then she heard him speak, and the deep resonance of his voice sent a thrill through her whole body. "Simon has cleared up the mess, as you can see. It was an absolute shipwreck. Tea everywhere." "I'm very sorry, my lord." "Well, I'm sure you did not really intend such a catastrophe." He sounded just as if he was smiling at her, and his voice seemed light and casual, not as warm and kind as she remembered when they had stood together by the window. "No, my lord, it will not happen again." Somehow she managed to get the words out. "But who are you? What is your name? I was very surprised to see you this afternoon, as I had no idea that Mrs. Farley had brought an auxiliary on board. Normally she struggles bravely on." "Dorothy, my lord," mumbled Dorianna, keeping her eyes down. "What name did you say? Dorothy? Somehow you don't seem like a Dorothy." "That is my name, my lord?" She tried to make her voice sound gruff. "No," he chuckled. "Dorothy is a washerwoman's name. I cannot believe you are a washerwoman, though it looks like you have borrowed her dress for the afternoon. It hangs on you like a sack." Dorianna kept silent and prayed that he would soon get tired of questioning her, but the Earl was still talking. "What kind of work have you been doing?" he was saying. "You stand so straight and tall, and you don't speak much like a parlour maid." Dorianna did not know how to reply. She shrugged her shoulders and tried to slouch a little, hoping that he would think her just an awkward and stupid girl, which indeed was just how she was feeling. "Show me your hands," he demanded suddenly. "If you will not tell me what work you do, I will guess it from your hands." She looked up in alarm and caught his eyes staring directly into hers and kept her hands tightly locked together behind her back. "If he sees them, he will know for sure that I am not a proper servant," she thought, recalling just how rough and hard Audrey's young work-worn hands had been. The smile was fading from the Earl's face. "Why will you not show me your hands? Why are you hiding them from me, Dorothy? Must I send for Mrs. Farley from her sickbed to come and tell me who you are and why you are here?" "No," muttered Dorianna, shaking her head. Why would he not leave her alone and let her go back to her cabin? "You remind me of someone," said the Earl, and his eyes left her face for a moment and seemed to be looking at an image he held in his mind. "But I can't remember who it is." His voice now changed all of a sudden, and the warm, gentle quality that Dorianna remembered came back into it. "Dorothy, you look just so afraid. Please don't be intimidated. Forgive my rudeness. It is just unforgivable of me to subject you to such an inquisition." She dropped her eyes to the floor and shrugged her shoulders again. "Have you ever been to sea before?" he was asking. She shook her head. "Well, you are doing very bravely. And, well, I must say, for though the channel can be rough, we don't often get a storm such as this in the summer months." Dorianna was longing to look up and see what kind of expression there was on the Earl's face now that he was speaking so gently to her. "Are you from Kent, Dorothy?" "No," Dorianna replied, again trying to make her voice sound low and harsh. "I thought not. Then you will not know about our splendid Kentish cherries. Come, let me make amends for my rudeness. Do sit down and taste the wonderful fruits Simon has gathered up from the wreck of the tea tray." It was impossible to refuse. His words were so kind and inviting. She sat on an armchair opposite the Earl's sofa. He passed her a silver bowl full of gleaming cherries, and she reached out to take one. Her hand looked smooth, slender and pale next to his dark, tanned one. She caught her breath in horror. Now he would discover that she had never done a day's rough work in her life, and that she was not a servant at all, but an impostor. The Earl did not say anything, but when she looked up and caught his eyes, she knew that she had guessed his thought correctly. He would not be taken in by her pretense of being a servant any longer. "Dorothy," he began, "I am so puzzled by you. You so closely resemble someone I know, and yet I cannot recall who it is. Do forgive me, but I am going to be impertinent one more time." What do you want to know?" "Take off your cap, which clearly does not belong to you. You are almost drowned under it. Show me your hair, and then I will know who it is that you remind me of." Dorianna was in turmoil. She longed to jump up and run away, and yet at the same time she longed for him to remember her. But what if the Earl had completely forgotten the moment they had both shared at Lady Carrisfort's, and was simply confusing her with another girl he knew? Whatever the situation, she could not refuse. She reached up and pulled off the heavy white cap that engulfed her head, and her long golden hair escaped from its pins and tumbled around her shoulders. The Earl was silent for a moment, his eyes dark and unreadable. Then he gave a deep sigh. "So, it is you." Chapter 9. Dorianna felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her body. "So, you do remember me then?" she mumbled, the words catching in her throat. The waves and wind were still roaring outside the windows of the study, but the noise seemed to be coming from a long way away. The Earl gave a short laugh. "How could I not?" Dorianna suddenly felt cold. His voice sounded chilly and disapproving. Maybe meeting her at the soirée was not a pleasant memory for him, as he seemed to be angry with her. The Earl frowned at her. "When we spoke, I believed that I had found some congenial company, someone to spend some time with, far from the hubbub of the society ladies and the foolish men who pursue them." "I believed so too," Dorianna whispered, but her voice did not carry over the noise of the wind. "That world and its idle chit-chat meant nothing to me. Everything I have studied, especially the wisdom of the ancient philosophers, leads me to seek for something more meaningful and truer than the endless rat race of greedy people chasing after money and position and acquiring them by any means." "You are right," cried Dorianna, her heart leaping with joy, and then she looked up into his dark eyes and saw that he was still angry. So angry that he had not heard her. "We spoke about your home, of the garden that you told me you loved so much, and you seemed alight with a true and wonderful joy," he said, shaking his head as if to purge his mind of the image of the two of them standing by the window. "And next, in the same breath, you were greeting one of the most bumptious and offensive of all the men at that evening's soirée, and attaching yourself to him, as if our conversation counted for nothing." It was as if one of the cold green waves that were battering the sides of the Athene had suddenly washed over Dorianna, drenching her whole body in icy water.
Då kör vi stryktipsquizet. Vilket lag vann sista säsongen av den gamla First Division?
United eller?
Vadå United? West Ham eller Carlisle?
Det finns bara ett United.
Svaret är Leeds United.
Stryktipset, ett spel från Svenska Spel, Sport och Casino för dig över 18 år. Stödlinjen.se. See you on Saturday.
The Earl had thought she welcomed Lord Buxton's attentions, and had not understood at all how she had felt. "I was indeed shocked at the way you allowed him to behave with such familiarity towards you. But he is a fool. I was at school with him, and I know him well. I thought that perhaps I had misread the situation, and that I should wait a little. If I waited, some other girl might distract him, and you and I might be able to speak to each other again." The Earl gave another dry laugh. Dorianna clung tightly to the arms of the armchair where she sat, her head spinning as she carried on speaking. "I was wrong.
I watched him clinging to your arm and feeding you with ices, and all at once I felt disgusted, not so much with him, for I know how he is, but with you, for allowing him to fawn over you like that. I wanted to leave the soirée at that moment and escape to the peace and quiet of my books. A shiver passed over Dorianna as she remembered how Lord Buxton's heavy arm had rested on her shoulder, and how she too longed to escape him and run away from the crowded, noisy room. The Earl continued, almost as if he had read her thoughts. As I watched you and he, I felt that perhaps you were distressed by his attentions, but you were too gentle and polite to repel Lord Buxton. "You are right," exclaimed Dorianna, afraid to look up and meet his eyes. "I could not get away from him. I did not know what to do." Once again, just as if she was in a bad dream and could not make herself understood, but the Earl did not seem to have heard her. He was still speaking, his voice harsh with emotion. "Clearly I was deluding myself, for at dinner I discovered you were engaged to be married to the man. A man you clearly had no affinity with, and who you did not seem to even like. So, for what other reason could you have agreed to be his wife? Unless it was because, like the other greedy, self-seeking persons who haunt that type of social occasion, you had your eyes on his considerable fortune." With a great effort, Dorianna pulled herself out of the armchair and onto her feet. She could no longer bear to hear the rasping tone of his words. Somehow she must return to the safety of her tiny cabin. "What have you got to say for yourself?" he went on, rising to his feet as well, so that he stood facing Dorianna, blocking her escape. "Can you deny what I accuse you of?" "No," she whispered. She felt the blood draining from her face. It was so unbearable to have him so close to her, and to feel the currents of anger that shook his lean body. "So, I am right then," his voice echoed hollowly in her ears. Just then, a bouncing yacht struck a particularly large wave, and Dorianna staggered on the carpeted floor. The Earl reached out to catch at her arm, and as she stepped back to avoid him, she stumbled and fell, feeling a sharp pain as her head struck the wooden arm of the sofa. For a moment, all she could see was flashes of light behind her closed eyes. Then she felt herself lifted and cradled in the Earl's strong arms, and heard him calling for Simon over the wind and the waves. "No, no," she cried, and she struggled to be free of his grasp as a sick, faint feeling threatened to overcome her. "Please, please, let me make my own way." "You have cut your head badly, and you must have some proper care and attention." She felt the vibration of his voice against her body as he spoke. Dorianna raised her hand to feel a sticky dampness on her temple. The pain when she touched the wound brought her sharply to her senses. "Please, let me go," she pleaded. "I can look after myself. I don't want Simon or any of the other sailors to come with me." No, perhaps you are right," replied the Earl, his tone now gentle. "That is not appropriate, but I am very concerned for you. You are hurt, and it's my fault." "It is just a small cut. I must go to my cabin and lie down." The Earl lowered her carefully to her feet and held on to her arm as Dorianna fought to keep her shaking legs straight. There was a sharp gust of cold air as the door to the library was pushed open. It was the chef, carrying a fresh tray of tea. His eyes bulged in his kind, fat face as he saw the blood trickling down Dorianna's cheek. "The lady has had an unlucky fall," said the Earl. "This is not the weather for her to be out on deck. Please, chef, will you escort her to her cabin and make sure that she has ice, iodine and bandages, and whatever else she may need." The chef put down the tray and held out his hand. "My poor dear," he lisped. "I'll take care of you, never fear." Dorianna clasped his plump hand. She leaned on his arm and was about to move to the door when the Earl reached out to her. His fingertips brushed aside the hair on her temple, stroking the sensitive fine skin there, and a thrill of warmth and aliveness flooded through her whole body. I think it is not such a deep cut, but you must be careful. You must rest for a good long time." "Thank you. And as soon as you are well and the weather has improved, you must dine with me." "No, no," she cried, shaking her head and wincing with pain. "I shall leave your boat as soon as I can. Once we have crossed the channel, I must go." "Whatever you wish," the Earl responded. Dorianna could not read the expression in his dark eyes as he continued. "But now you need rest. The chef will bring you anything you need, and he will also bring back news to me of how you are. I have indeed behaved unforgivably." He turned away, looking out over the white-capped peaks of the waves. Dorianna had never felt so glad to lie down. The bunk in her cabin was warm and welcoming. She lay back on her pillow, and taking the bowl of ice, the bottle of iodine, and the towels the chef had brought to her, she tidied up her cut as best she could. The wound was not that deep, and the bleeding had stopped, but her head ached badly, and her whole body felt cold and drained of energy. All was dark out of the porthole, but she could still hear the crash of the waves and the creaking of timbers as the Athene pressed forward through the storm. Laying a towel under her cheek, Dorianna stretched out on the bunk and let herself fall into the sweet escape of sleep. All at once, she found herself back in the woodland garden at Ashburton Hall. It was dark, and she was walking along the path that led down to the stream. Above her head, a strong gale was blowing, and the trees creaked and groaned, tossing and twisting as if their trunks would snap. She quickened her pace, fearful in case one of them might fall. Soon she realized that she was lost. "I must have taken the wrong path, as I should have come to the statues of Pan and Aphrodite a long time ago." All around her, the trees swayed, and behind her she heard the crack of a branch breaking off. "I must find the clearing, and I must get out of these woods," she cried to herself as she ran on, fighting her way through tangled leaves and twigs. She had always felt at home, peaceful and happy in the woodland garden, but now she began to feel anxious. Something had changed, and she no longer felt safe and welcome. Up ahead, the trees were thinning out, and then she found herself in the open glade she remembered so well. It was gloomy and dark, as there was no full moon, just a faint glimmer of light coming from the sky above the trees. She peered around, hunting for the white shape of Aphrodite, but the square stone pedestal was empty. "Where are you, Aphrodite?" she cried out, and felt a surge of horror as she realized that something terrible must have happened at Ashburton Hall. Could it, in any way, be that her old home had been sold, and someone had come and taken the statues away? Did she no longer have the right to be there? Could she never go back? And where was her mamma? What was happening to her? She awoke, with a cold sweat of fear drenching her whole body, and sat up in her bunk. Her head was throbbing, and outside the wind still screamed, and the waves crashed against the porthole. "The hall cannot have been sold," she murmured to herself, struggling to clear her confused mind. "I only left England this morning. It's just a bad dream." Filled with unease, she thought again of her mamma, wondering if she was still at Rouston Hall. "Dearest mamma, I do hope all is well with you," she prayed. "I only hope that I am not feeling so bad because something has happened to you. I should never have left you. As soon as I am able, I will go ashore and try to send a message to you." It was the longest night Dorianna had ever known. She sat on her bunk, shivering, her head throbbing, and watching the foamy water slide over the glass of the porthole for what seemed like a lifetime. At last the sky began to lighten, and she then heard a tapping at the door of her cabin. It was the chef, bringing a breakfast tray for her. "I must leave," Dorianna said to him. "I need to go ashore at once." The chef looked horrified. No, my dear," he answered, putting down the tray. "We cannot make port with this gale blowing." But I have to. Surely we must be near the French coast by now." He shook his head. "Wait, my dear, just a little. Be patient, and we will help you when we can." He poured some tea and passed it to her, careful not to spill any as the cabin was still rocking and heaving. Of course he was right. She must try to be patient, although she was longing to be on dry land and desperate to find someone who would know what was happening to her mamma back in England. She sipped the warm tea and felt a little better. She nibbled at the corner of a piece of toast, which was delicious, and it reminded her that she had not eaten since leaving Mr. Jackson's yard almost 24 hours ago. "Please, tell his lordship that I must leave as soon as possible." The chef nodded and smiled, patting her hand. "I will tell him," he agreed, and putting the plate of toast close by her on the bunk, he left the cabin. "All will be well. All must be well," she whispered to herself. "For it is true that we cannot land anywhere in this terrible storm, so I must wait until it is safe." She lay back down on her bunk. The horrible memory of her dream had faded, and once again she slept, this time peacefully and deeply. Sunlight was streaming through the porthole when she awoke many hours later. Her head no longer ached, and she felt hungry. She reached for the toast, but it had disappeared, and in its place was a white envelope with her name written on it. How did I not wake when this letter came? I must have been asleep for a very long time. She opened the envelope and pulled out the letter. The gilded coat of arms of the Earl of Claremont was embossed at the top of the thick paper, and as she saw it, Dorianna felt her face grow warm. She forced herself to read the words he had written. "My dear Dorothy, I can only apologize to you for such inconsiderate behavior. Whatever the circumstances may be that have brought you on board the Athene, I had no right to treat you with anything other than due courtesy and respect, and I struggle to find words to express the remorse I feel. It is my fervent prayer that you are now rested and recovered from this terrible storm, and that your injury is healing, as indeed Chef leads me to believe. Now that we are blessed with fine weather again, I beg you to allow me the honour of dining with me, so that I may make some reparation for the harm I have caused you. Yours most respectfully, Claremont." Dorianna folded up the letter, trying to control her shaking hands. The words that the Earl had written to her could not be more different from all he had said in the library. There he had seemed so angry and so cold. "I should at least meet with him again," she said to herself, "and explain to him that I must go ashore as soon as possible." Her heart sank at the idea of being left in a foreign country where she knew no one. But that was her plan, and she could not change it. "At least I may find some news of Mamma. If there are English people to be found, I can get a message to her," she reflected, and felt a little better. There was no clock in the cabin, and though the sun appeared high in the sky, she had no idea what the time was. "I had better tidy myself up," she decided, catching a glimpse of her pale face in the mirror. Her hair looked limp and tousled, and there was a bruise and a patch of dried blood at her temple. She filled a jug of water and washed, combing the tangles out of her hair. Then she searched in her carpet bag and found the pink dress that her papa had given to her, and put it on. The dress still fitted her perfectly, and she loved its soft pink colour and the delicate embroidered vine leaves that trailed over the skirt. There was a tap at the door, and Dorianna opened it to find Mrs. Farley standing there, looking imposing. The housekeeper raised her eyebrows. "I expected to find you still an invalid. I have heard all sorts of reports of your injuries." "I am quite recovered, thank you, and I hope that you too are feeling well again." Mrs. Farley sighed and shrugged. "Of course. As soon as the rough weather subsides, I am always able to return to my duties. I had hoped that you would be able to stand in for me, but it appears that you are here under false pretences." Dorianna blushed.
Oh, I am very sorry, Mrs. Farley. I did not realize that this was Lord Claremont's yacht, and that I would be recognized. I shall be leaving as soon as I can." Mrs. Farley sniffed. "Indeed, and in the meantime, his lordship now requests you dine with him. I'm here to inform you that he is taking a turn about the deck before dinner, if you would care to join him." Dorianna felt her face grow even warmer. "Thank you, Mrs. Farley. I will do so." The housekeeper left, and Dorianna made her way up the narrow metal stairway and out into the open air. The wind caught at her hair and her skirts, and she blinked in the bright sunshine. Across the glinting, tossing waves, she could see a dark outline of land. Could that be France? She asked herself, trying to make out any landmarks. "It is Portugal," she heard the Earl remark over her shoulder, and suddenly he was beside her. "We have left the Channel behind, and the stormy Bay of Biscay, and we are heading for the Mediterranean." Portugal? How could we have come so far? Dorianna felt a tide of anxiety rising inside her, for she knew nothing of the country or the language, and did not know how she would cope if she was put ashore there. "You have slept for a very long time," said the Earl. He took her hand in his and raised it to his lips for a second. "I hope that you are feeling quite recovered?" Dorianna could not meet his eyes, but she nodded. For a moment he stood silently at her side as they gazed across at the coast of Portugal. She felt her anxiety fading. She now felt safe and comfortable, just as she had done when they had stood together in the window at Lady Carrisford's. On the distant coastline she could see silhouettes of trees and a glimpse of golden beaches. "It looks like a beautiful place," she sighed. "Indeed it is, but that is not where we are going." The Earl turned to Dorianna. "Let's go to the dining salon, for we have much to talk about." The salon was much smaller than any dining room Dorianna had ever seen, but it was exquisitely laid out, and the table gleamed with polished silver, gilt-edged china, and pristine white linen. She caught her breath as she saw the centerpiece of the table, a huge silver shell filled to the brim with cherries, apricots, and grapes. "What a lovely piece!" she cried. The Earl drew out a chair for her. "You like it? It has been in my family for more than 100 years, yet I feel it has found its rightful home at last, here on the yacht. I can almost imagine it lying at the bottom of the sea," she murmured, looking at the ornate silver curves of the shell, and imagining it surrounded with tiny fishes and swirling seaweed. "A fitting tribute, maybe, for foam-born Aphrodite," commented the Earl with a laugh. "Aphrodite?" asked Dorianna, puzzled to hear the familiar name on his lips. "Yes, indeed, the goddess of love, who rose out of the sea." The Earl's eyes shone with an inward vision. "I had a thought to call this yacht after her, but I was afraid that certain people might make a joke of it, and so I named her for the goddess of wisdom." The Earl's eyes turned to Dorianna, and he smiled. "Forgive me, I am being too erudite. Let me offer you some champagne." He lifted the bottle from its silver ice bucket to fill a glass, and she watched the cloud of tiny bubbles rising into a mass of foam. "And now," he proposed, "a toast to the old gods and goddesses, and to the fates who all brought our paths together in such an unexpected fashion." He filled another glass and raised it to Dorianna. "Thank you, my lord." She raised her glass too, but she could not drink from it until she had spoken to him. I did not realize that this was your yacht, and I am very sorry for any inconvenience I have caused you," she stammered, the words tumbling out of her mouth. I must leave, and make my own way as soon as is possible." The Earl frowned, swirling the champagne around in his glass. "I know nothing of how you came to be here. Mrs. Farley tells me that she took you on board to assist her, and she did not seem to recognize that you are really a woman of quality, a lady. Why have you been deceiving her?" A storm surged in Dorianna's mind. What should she say to him? Could she trust him?
And what would he think if he knew the truth? Dorianna, the Earl was saying. She started at hearing him say her name. You remember? Of course. How could I forget? Even though the first time I heard your name, it was that fool Lord Buxton. But I'm sorry. I don't wish to distress you again. The Earl fell silent, watching the bubbles slowly rising in his glass. I have left all that behind me now, said Dorianna, after a moment. I did not marry him. I could not. I must now make my own way in the world until the whole thing is forgotten. When she dared to look up at the Earl, his face was pale and serious, and he had picked up his glass and was now twisting the stem in his fingers. You have put yourself in a very difficult position, he remarked after a pause. I do not ask to know exactly what happened, but of course I will do everything in my power to help you. I don't like to think of you all alone on the continent, but if that is what you wish— Yes, it is, my lord. I have a little money, and I am quite sure that I will find work, perhaps as a governess or a companion. The Earl frowned once more. It will not be easy, determined as you are, but let me at least suggest that you stay with us until we come to Gibraltar. It is a British territory, and it will be easier there for you to find whatever you need. Dorianna felt a great surge of relief as she heard his words. Surely he was correct, and in Gibraltar there would be many respectable British families who would be able to help her and offer her work. All will yet be well, she mused optimistically, and raising her glass, she took a sip of the champagne. The bubbles flooded through her body in a wave of joy, and for just a moment she forgot everything except the beauty and delight of the moment. The light of the sunset flooding in through the salon windows, catching the silver and glassware on the table, and, opposite her, the Earl's dark eyes gazing into hers. Chapter 10. The next day, Dorianna found a chair in a sheltered spot on the deck, and sat down looking out at the sunlit waves. Her mind was full of everything she and the Earl had talked about at dinner the evening before. What do you think of the Athene? He had asked her as he sipped his champagne. She's beautiful. I did not know that a yacht could be powered by steam, but she is so elegant, not a bit like the steam engines on the railway. The Earl smiled, a proud look in his eyes. Yes, indeed. I took great care that every part of her design should be the most up-to-date. The Athene is surely the fastest of her kind. He paused, watching Dorianna, and then asked, But what is the matter? Something has upset you. Dorianna pressed her napkin to her eyes, trying to hold back the tears that were slowly filling them. I'm sorry. It's just— The Earl poured a little more champagne into her glass. Please, don't be distressed. Tell me exactly what is troubling you. It is really nothing. When you said that the Athene was the fastest of her kind, I remembered when I first saw her. I thought she looked like a racehorse. The Earl smiled. A lovely compliment to my yacht. But why should it make you sad? She explained the story of the thoroughbred, Lady Atalanta, and how sorry she had felt leaving her behind in the hands of Lord Buxton and Mr Shawcroft. How sensitive, kind, and tender-hearted you are. I can easily see why you could not marry Buxton. But don't worry, I will not pursue the subject. No more questions. Then his eyes lit up with mischief. Perhaps you have some questions for me. He looked so young and handsome and full of life, smiling at her across the table, and as she met his gaze, her whole body felt warm and alive too. I really thought that you would be an old man with thick spectacles. He laughed out loud. What do you mean? Well, I drove with Mr Jackson past your home, Uplands Park, and he told me that the owner who lived there was very learned, and so I thought that you must be old, like someone who spent all his days stuck in books. I do spend most of my time reading, he admitted. There is so much knowledge and wisdom in books. I want to know everything I can learn about the world and about the human beings who live in it. His eyes shone.
Then she suddenly felt doubtful and embarrassed, as she had not read many books, and she was afraid that he might find her stupid. "Why are you looking sad again, Dorianna? I have read so little, and I know almost nothing at all about the world." "I don't think that can be true. You seem to have a wisdom all of your own, and you are brave. But please, let's not be serious this evening. Tell me, what did you think of the soup? It is made with our own asparagus from the walled garden at Uplands Park." The pale green soup was the most delicious she had ever tasted, and she said so. "Uplands Park must have wonderful gardens," she added, remembering the elegant house and parkland that she had seen on the hill above the marsh. The Earl smiled. "Tell me more about your home," he ventured. She told him about her beloved hall where she had grown up, and then, just as she had done when they were at Lady Carrisfort's, she talked about the woodland garden. "There are statues there you might like, for they are Greek. Pan is there, and Aphrodite." As she spoke the name, it was almost as if she could see the goddess's marble face, and her shy secret smile, and a strange surge of excitement coursed through her. Then she looked up and met the Earl's eyes, and the strong feeling intensified, so that she did not know whether to leave the table and run away, or stay, as she could hardly breathe with the thrill of the moment. Then the Earl spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, and she found that she could breathe again. "I would expect that they are copies of the Greek originals." "Yes, they are," she replied. "I think my father had them made when he was first married to my mamma." Suddenly she felt the anxiety of the previous night again, and she pushed the soup away, horrified at herself for forgetting. "When will I be able to go ashore?" she asked. "I must do so as soon as I can." For a moment she thought he would be angry again, but he spoke very gently to her, explaining that they would soon arrive in Gibraltar, and then, if she wished, she could leave the yacht. Dorianna felt her anxiety lessening, and that night, after she had returned to her cabin, she slept deeply and peacefully without dreaming. Now, as she sat in the sun and breathed in the fresh sea air, Dorianna felt that she had never enjoyed anything so much as dinner last night with the Earl. "I would never have had that experience if I had stayed in England and married Lord Buxton," she reflected. "Maybe, when I go ashore, I will meet more kind, thoughtful people, and other good things will happen to me." Sadness touched her heart at the thought of leaving the Athene, and she shook herself, attempting to dispel the feeling. "Are you cold?" The Earl came out from his study and was now standing beside her. "Should I fetch you a rug?" Dorianna shook her head. "I hope you are not feeling sad again. Please, won't you join me? There is something I would like to discuss with you." He looked so kind and spoke so gently that she had no hesitation in following him into the book-lined cabin, where only a few days earlier she had spilt the tea and cherries all over the carpet. Once there, and she was seated on the sofa, the Earl began speaking immediately. "I have been thinking about you all day." Dorianna felt her heart leap. She wanted to tell him that she had been thinking about him too, but he was still speaking. "The ancient philosophers believed that for each of us there is a perfect other half, a soulmate, if you like." He paused for a moment and looked down at his hands, his face flushed. All sorts of thoughts and images crowded into her head. She remembered the time when the deer had come out from the wood by the stream, and looked up at her, and she had felt, for one short instant, what it might be like for someone to truly know who she was, and to care for her, and her alone. She recalled Mrs. Bertram, the cook, who had never been able to marry anyone else after she had lost her sailor. She thought of the joy on Audrey's face when she spoke of her Joshua. And then her heart turned over as her mamma's voice rang in her ears again, saying, "There will never be anyone else like your papa for me." "Do you think perhaps there might be some truth in that idea?" the Earl was saying, his dark eyes searching her face. Yes, I do," stammered Dorianna, knowing that her face had now turned red. "I do think that is true." "Why?" he asked her a little sharply. Dorianna struggled to put her thoughts into words. It isn't something I have read. I just know it from what I have seen and from those who have found someone they truly love and who loves them. The Earl was silent, and she felt afraid that he must think her a fool, young and ignorant, in comparison with his learning and experience. Somehow she had made him understand that she did most deeply believe in what she was saying. "That is why," she said slowly, forcing herself to utter the words, "why I could not marry Lord Buxton. That is why I ran away." "So his fortune, then, meant nothing to you?" Suddenly Dorianna found words pouring out of her mouth. I thought at first I would be able to save my home, and to make my dear mamma happy, but money doesn't bring happiness." She then found herself telling him about mamma's diamonds, and, however beautiful they were, they had not made her mamma one bit as happy as she had been when her papa was alive. She told him about the bitter old dowager who was Lord Buxton's mother. "I don't think she is happy with all her finery and all her servants running around after her. She is angry and cruel. My dear maid, Audrey, who helped me to escape, had no money and nothing but hard work to do, and yet she was so happy." "Did she have someone to love?" the Earl inquired. "Oh, yes." Dorianna suddenly felt shy. He was looking at her intensely. "Please, I have said far too much. I should not have told you all of this." "I am glad you did, Dorianna. I have been wanting to ask something of you, and now I know that I am right to ask it. Tomorrow morning we arrive at Gibraltar, and you asked us to leave you there. But I would like you to stay on board the Athene. There is something about you that is completely different from any woman I have ever met." Dorianna's heart was now beating furiously, and her mind was in turmoil. She could not speak, but she shook her head, hoping that he would say no more. "Please do listen to what I have to say, Dorianna. I am travelling on to the island of Cythera, the birthplace of Aphrodite, and I want you to come too. It will mean so much more to me if you are there with me, looking out at the blue sea, and the sea is never so blue as it is in Greece. You would not believe it, and imagining the goddess rising up out of the waves." As she was listening to him, Dorianna was filled with an indescribable joy. Her whole body suddenly seemed to be just singing with happiness, and her consciousness was filled with the shining light of the scene he described. "Ah, you're smiling. So you will come, then?" She breathed deeply, holding on for a moment to the entrancing vision of the sun and the blue sea. Then she firmly pulled herself back to reality, to the bookshelves and the desk and carpet and all the everyday things in the study. I cannot," she mumbled. "It would not be right." The Earl interrupted her. "I don't want to compromise your reputation in any way. I have spoken with Mrs. Farley, and she will be very happy for you to stay on board as her assistant, so that your presence here will be perfectly respectable." Dorianna felt as if she was being torn in two. "I really must go ashore. I must hear news of my mamma as soon as I can." The Earl came to her and sat beside her on the sofa. He took her hand gently in his, and the warmth of his touch flooded through her senses. "It is just a few short days' sail to Cythera. Please, don't refuse. Let us get to know each other a little better. Your companionship gives me such pleasure, and I would like to share the beauty of that wonderful place with you." Once again, a vision of dazzling sunlight sparkling over the blue sea filled Dorianna's mind, and she saw as well the secret smile on the face of the little stone statue of Aphrodite in the woodland garden, and which seemed now to become a smile of fulfillment. She could not turn away from so much beauty and happiness. She could not refuse him, and as she silently nodded her agreement, he raised her hand to his lips and kissed it softly. "Will you dine with me again tonight?" he said,
his voice so soft and gentle that Dorianna longed to agree. But she told him that she must keep her side of the bargain and help Mrs. Farley. Aha, so the charming Dorothy will reappear, he laughed. But seeing that Dorianna was upset, he kissed her hand again. Forgive me, please. I don't mean to make fun of you. I adore Dorothy, and applaud your sense of what is right and proper. I would only ask, my dear friend, that you spend a little time with me, maybe over dessert, so that I may enjoy a morsel of your company as Dorian. It required all Dorianna's powers of concentration to follow Mrs. Farley's instructions as she served dinner to the Earl that night. She felt proud when the housekeeper complimented her on her gracefulness and poise as she carried the heavy trays and dishes, keeping her balance and spilling nothing while the Athene rocked over the waves. Her duties done, she sat for a short while with the Earl and listened entranced as he talked about the ancient country of Greece, steeped in history and myth, a country he loved deeply. He told her of the great marble temples of Athens and the ruins of Olympus, where the nightingales sang by the ancient racetrack, and spoke of how he had watched the sunrise over the stone seats of the theatre at Delphi. All of these places I love, but nothing compares to Cythera. I long to return there, and I cannot wait to show it to you, and hear if you feel the same way as I do. But now you must retire and restore your energy. In the morning we will be at Gibraltar, where we will take on our supplies, and I must pay a brief visit to an old friend, an officer at the local garrison. Dorianna's imagination glowed with the brilliant images he had conjured up for her. Her heart and soul were with him as he described each magical place, and it was hard to bring herself back to reality. As she rose to leave, she suddenly felt confused, and dressed in her maid's uniform as she was, she found herself dropping a curtsy. The Earl had stood up as well, and had been about to kiss her hand again. Instead, he burst out laughing. "A very good night to you, Dorothy," he exclaimed, his eyes shining with amusement. "I do hope that you have enjoyed our talk." As Dorianna made her way to her cabin, her whole being, body and soul, sang with elation. "I have never been so happy," she said to herself. "I did not know that such happiness existed in the world, such laughter, such kindness, such love." She again slept soundly, her dreams full of golden sunbeams falling on white marble, and islands rising from the azure sea like misty apparitions in the blue distance. Next morning she woke to the unfamiliar sensation of stillness, as the Athene had already docked at Gibraltar. When she went to the galley, Mrs. Farley informed her that the Earl had gone ashore, and that he would not be back for several hours. "If you wish to visit the town, you may, as there is nothing for you to do on board. The Rock is very famous for its monkeys, I believe." "Thank you, Mrs. Farley. I would like to see them," Dorianna told her, and went off to change from her maid's uniform into her pink gown before she stepped ashore. The harbour at Gibraltar was full of pleasure boats, luxurious yachts and cruisers of all types, though none as elegant or as modern as the Athene. A crowd of well-dressed people from other boats stood on the quayside, staring at the Earl's yacht. "It's quite elegant, I suppose, but steam, I really don't think it will catch on. So noisy and dirty." Dorianna heard a loud woman's voice that sounded familiar. "Whose is it? It's flying the British flag," another woman asked, speaking with an American accent. Dorianna tried to slip away, but someone seized her by her arm. "Excuse me, young lady," a woman said. "We are wondering who this lovely vessel belongs to. Perhaps you could enlighten us." As she turned to face the woman, Dorianna's heart turned to ice. It was Lady Carrisford, who had hold of her arm, and who was now staring intently at her. "Well, by Jove, the little runaway. Did you know that the whole of England is on the lookout for you? And not just you either, you little minx. Your mamma has gone missing too, taking a leaf out of your own book." "What?" gasped Dorianna. Lady Carrisford laughed, but kept her tight grip on Dorianna's arm. Shawcroft himself doesn't seem at all that bothered. He's planning to travel to Argentina with Lord Buxton, hoping to heal his broken heart, I suppose. What a silly girl you are, letting such an opportunity pass you by. Dorianna's limbs felt they were turning to stone.
"Oh, Mamma," she whispered. "You poor dear. You look like you're just about to faint," said Lady Carrisford's companion, a plump woman who wore a hat with a drooping mauve feather. "Let go of her arm, Gladys. I think you are hurting her." Lady Carrisford snorted, but she released her grip on Lady Dorianna's arm. "I have to get back to England," wailed Dorianna. "I have to find Mamma." "Putting two and two together, I guess you must be Lady Dorianna Dale, the talk of all society," the plump woman added. "Our yacht is leaving for Dover today, if that's any use." "Please, oh, may I come with you? Are you leaving right away?" "Sure you may, honey. Mrs. Bertha Van Helm at your service. I like your spirit. You're not one of those milk and water English girls." Lady Carrisford snorted again. "The girl's a complete fool, Bertha. Independence is a fine thing in a girl. She could be an American. Don't you have a valise, honey? A bag?" No, please, can we go now?" cried Dorianna, looking back for a moment at the gleaming painted sides of the Athene. Her heart twisted inside her as if it would break in two. She must be gone before the Earl returned. She could not allow him to see her again, now that she was breaking her promise to him. "Come along, honey. We'll get you to Dover in no time at all." Mrs. Van Helm tucked Dorianna's hand under her arm and led her along the harbour side to a luxurious three-masted yacht, where a crew of sailors were swabbing down the decks, ready for departure. The voyage home passed in a daze. It was as if Dorianna had left behind the sunlight and warmth and sailed into a frozen mist of sadness, and her anxiety for her mamma was the only feeling that could reach her heart. Mrs. Van Helm was kind and sociable, and tried to cheer her up, but Dorianna only wanted news of her mamma, and she certainly did not want to answer Mrs. Van Helm's questions as to how she came to be in Gibraltar. At last they reached Dover, where rain clouds hung low in the sky, and refusing Mrs. Van Helm's kind offer to drive her wherever she wished to go, Dorianna took the train to London. "First I will go home to Ashburton Hall," she said to herself. "I don't know where else I can go, and maybe someone there will know what has happened to Mamma." All day long it rained heavily, and as she left the Dover train and made her way over London for the train to Hertfordshire, Dorianna wished that she had taken up Mrs. Van Helm's offer, as she had no coat and no umbrella. At the little station near Ashburton Hall, she asked for a pony and trap to drive the last few miles. "Thank you so much, Mr. Bentley," she whispered as she counted out the coins to pay the driver. Ashburton Hall looked so empty and sad beneath the dark clouds. The front door was locked, and no one came when she rang the bell, so she went to the back door, where so often she had run out to visit the woodland garden. The house was very quiet. As Dorianna made her way through the boot room and into the entrance hall, she saw that all the furniture had been covered with white cloths. Then she heard a clattering noise from below stairs, and ran to the kitchen to find Mrs. Bertram wielding a large iron poker and turning over the logs on the fire. "My lady," she gasped, her face shiny with sweat from the flames. "Why, we all thought you were gone forever." She reached out and hugged Dorianna, just as if she was still a child making gingerbread at the kitchen table. Please, Mrs. Bertram, where is Mamma? Why is the hall all closed up?" Mrs. Bertram took her hand and held it tightly. "First, my dear, don't fret for your Mamma. She is safe and well." For one terrible moment, Dorianna thought that the cook was trying to tell her that her Mamma had died, and her heart beat fast with fear. But Mrs. Bertram was still talking. "She's gone to be with Mr. Bentley, and look after him in his illness. No one knows apart from me and a few other trusted souls who wish her no harm."
And that husband of hers, why, he is well out of the country by now, so I believe." Dorianna's tightly held breath escaped in a great sigh of relief. "Oh, thank God. I felt so bad leaving her, but, Mrs. Bertram, what about Ashburton Hall?" The cook shook her head. "It's up for sale, my dear. I'm just waiting here to keep the place occupied and show anyone round that come to view it." Dorianna struggled to hold back her tears. It was all her fault. If she had only stayed and married Lord Buxton. Mrs. Bertram patted her hand kindly. "Tea, my dear. That is what you need. I will ask no questions, as I am glad that you are safe, and I know your mamma will be too. We must send a message to her as soon as we can." The delicious tea, along with several slices of Mrs. Bertram's cake, revived Dorianna's flagging spirits. She then left the kitchen table and went to the boot room and wrapped herself in one of her papa's old coats. "Mamma and I will find a rented room somewhere," she told herself. "We are both of us in disgrace for running away, but we will find a place where no one knows us and live there quietly." She knew that was what must now happen, and yet her mind refused to think about it too much, for the pain of leaving would be terrible, and her heart was calling her to fly to the woodland garden. The sky was dark, and rain dripped down from the trees, but Dorianna was dry and warm inside Papa's coat as she hurried down the path. "I'm back here again, at last," she murmured as she saw the soft white glimmer of Aphrodite ahead of her. The little goddess was still smiling her secret smile, even though raindrops trickled like tears down her face. Dorianna reached out to touch her cold stone cheek. "I think I can now understand why you smile, but I am afraid that I will soon forget again. I cannot take you with me to a rented room in Bath, or wherever it may be." Aphrodite smiled away inscrutably, her marble eyes gazing into the distance as if she could see the sun blazing down over blue sea and the wild, rocky island of Kythera. A twig cracked in the night from the woods behind her, and she jumped with shock. Someone had followed her into the garden. She turned round to see a tall figure stepping across the grass towards her, draped in a long, hooded cloak. What do you want?" she stammered, her legs shaking too much to run away. "Only to see you," the figure replied, and came up to stand by Aphrodite. Speechless, Dorianna watched as the hood of the long cloak fell back, revealing the Earl's dark hair. But how?" she whispered. "I have been just a little behind you, all the way," he told her, his voice low and gentle. "Lady Carrisford came bustling up to me at Gibraltar, and told me that she had seen you and that you were on your way to Dover. I just could not let you go." He reached out and took Dorianna's hands, and she felt herself filled with warmth and sweetness. "But, Greece, you wanted to go there so much." "And I shall go, but only with you at my side," he replied, and drew her close to him, so that her whole body flooded with light, as if she had stepped out of the rain and into the glory of the blazing sun. "I do want to say you are mine, Dorianna, and yet most truly, I can only say, I am yours." Dorianna was trembling so much that she could not speak. She clung to him, tender as the delicate vine leaves embroidered on her dress. "Are you mine?" he whispered. She could only nod her head, and as she held him, she felt a tide of bliss pass through him, a tide that lifted her heart and thrilled her with a sudden happiness she had never felt before. "If you are truly mine," he said, "then all I have is yours. My heart, my soul, my body, everything I possess is yours. I love you beyond this world and the next." Dorianna felt all her worries, fears and anxieties, the images of a dark little rented room with her and Mamma alone in exile, melting away in the warmth of his love. She smiled at him, a smile that rose up like a flower from the depths of her being, and the Earl fell to his knees in the wet grass and held her hands to his face. "My dearest love, Dorianna, if you can, will you be my wife?" Again, she could only nod her head. A tiny whisper, "Yes," escaped from her lips. And then she felt the heavenly warmth of his lips upon hers as he sprang up and caught her in his arms. Neither of them knew how long they stood together kissing in the rain under the trees, but at the same moment they both realized that the sky was growing darker, not with clouds, but with evening. "We must go inside," said the Earl. "I encountered a most formidable lady in the kitchen, and I am afraid that she may come in pursuit of us if I don't return you to the hall at once." "Oh, Mrs. Bertram," laughed Dorianna, as hand in hand they made their way out of the garden. "She is our wonderful cook, and so very dear to me. Do you know, she told me once that she has always wanted to go to sea." The Earl smiled at her. "I believe she would make a better job of looking after us on our travels than Mrs. Farley. Don't you? That good lady could remain at Uplands Park, which is what she has always wanted." Dorianna stopped in her tracks, and the Earl asked her what the matter was. "It is real," she sighed. This feels like heaven, but it is not a dream. It is real. We will go to Greece, and we will be together. We will be married. But the hall is being sold, and Mamma—" "We are together," the Earl replied, "and all will be well. We shall not go away, or indeed be married, until all the problems that have distressed and plagued you have been resolved. My darling Dorianna, we two have been sublimely blessed by your Aphrodite here in this magical garden, and we will be together for all eternity. You are the special love I have been waiting for all my life." Once more he drew her to him and pressed his lips to hers in a divine kiss. And this time she knew with every inch of her body and soul that all was really well, and that the heaven they had found would stay with them for the rest of their earthly lives and beyond. To Heaven with Love. Written by Barbara Cartland.